sus putrefium, dum vita transi. Oh, ignus que quod talises, quod quedam consequivis, sciasit non nabire, quam viste occultes, cum electus urgis, nullitas tupereo, singula saxains caena me parva traetas. Cartas lusorias celigo, praesentins copropes, inquisitiones en facie, dicunit sibi difficile, et motor reste ficium de nuo, simulatio habet fines. Animus non idem est, ex abnegatione ortus. Oh, eunuch semper maereo, musica male sonnat, scio id non abire, quam vis me occulte, si electos urgis, et me ad stantem invenis apertis oculis pagellam combure me parva traetas. Semper maereo, musica male sonna, scisit non abire, quam viste occultes, si forte lectos urgo, stupentem et solum in prescaenio me invenis me parva traetas. Delectatione nauseatus, praevidio quod veniet. Imago mortuorum, in mente me amanet. Custodes ad Deum iurant, manubalistas amorem dare, sed scio amicos et me, terga daturos certe, si electos urgis, inveninos inviat pontem, saxum et iram ferme parva traetas. Eunuch semper maereo, musica male sonnat, scio id non abire, quam vis me occultem, si electos urgis, et me ad stantem invenis apertis oculis pagellam combure me parva traetas. 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 Ad stantem apertis oculis pagellam combure me parva traetas. saluta vitam tuam, non licet convertere, nobis dormientibus specta veris gererete, quam optime praestat erga naturae, omnes optant mundum regere. Est consilium meum, est conscientia mea, adiua decernam, adiua ut augeam libertatis gaudique nihilum quam est aeternum, omnes optant mundum regere. Locus est ubi lux tenueniet non, tuas manus tenodum paries coluit cum acciderit erote cum maxime gaudio potiri, contristor hoc deleri, omnes optant mundum regere. Non fero ham dubitationem iuntam improvidentie, omnes optant mundum. Dic me nunquam opus tes hoc, cur credis una inscriptioni, omnes optant mundum regere. Omnia ad libertatem gaudium quae nihilum quam est aeternum, omnes optant mundum regere. It mene verdas, will to witten nomin cara, will to witten that in mene verdas, den of the fourth war that each That's in den weed bathe. What is holden nu don, and forthward with God. That he warf the ure stedes, ich holde ernen nu forth, and stigen that hill, and stigen that hus thar. What is holde that don, no. Soon he wilt me werden, ach say who depth are wellies. War each senut obreke Ure herte sunre nu What we hatten ure der frendes Sene rex tu funk bade That's in den weed bade That's in den weed bade What ich holden nu don, and forthward with God, that he warf de ure stedes, ich holde ernen nu forth, and stigen that hill, and stigen that hus thar. What ich holde that don, What ich holde that don. What ich holde nu don, and forthward with God, that he warf de ure stedes, ich holde ernen nu forth, and stigen that hill, and ex was scared. What ich holde nu don, and forthward with God, that he warf de ure stedes, ich holde ernen nu forth, and stigen that hill, and ex was scared.
Howdy, folks. Just to give a very quick update on where we're at right now. I had an academic advising meeting that went very long right before this, so I did not get back until, I think, 5 minutes before the start. And if you've tried out my mod pack, you know that it takes a very long time to launch. And I had gone into work yesterday. I did a bunch of tests on it, but we've been sitting here for almost 20 minutes now, and it would not load into the game. I got to main menu. So what I am currently doing is I'm going to roll back the CK3 version just to be safe, and then go ahead and relaunch it. My computer was turned off last night, and what happens is when I turn it off, the game and then the game files are no longer in active RAM, or however the fuck that works. So as a result, it will take longer. The first launch will probably be another 10 to 20 minutes. Just a reminder, I do have like 130 mods on for this pack. I don't intend to change to that. So I'm hoping I can get it up and running within 10 to 15 minutes. But just a heads up, so you're aware of what's going on and not just sitting here thinking, the stream should be sharding. It should, but just a heads up. So I'm going to leave that on. While it loads, frankly, I'm just going to keep doing more school reading. I got a big quiz and a couple tests this week. So I want to try and give us 4 hours today. And what will help me do that is if I continue reading while we wait for this to load. So just a heads up on that, and hopefully we'll get going very soon.
Picture this, I'm a bag of dicks, put me to your lips. I am sick. I will punch a baby bear in his shit. Give me lip, I'ma send you to the yard. Get a stick, make a switch. I can end the conversation real quick.
I am crack, I ain't lying. Kick a lion in his crack. I'm the shit. I will fall off in your crib. Take a shit. Hit your mama on the booty. Kick your dog. Fuck your bitch. That boy dressed up like you Santa and took pictures with your kids.
We the best. We will cut a frowny face in your chest, little wench. I'm unmentionably fresh. I'm a mensch. Get correct. I will walk into a court while it wrecks, screaming, yes, I am guilty, motherfuckers. I am death. Hey, you wanna hear a good joke?
Nobody speak, nobody get choked.
Your bunions, I'm coming, I'm the dumbest. Who flame throw your fuck shit to Funyuns. Flame your crew quicker than Trump fucks his youngest. Now face the flame fuckers, your fame and fate's done with.
I walk Charlie Brown, Peppermint, Patty, Linus, and Lucy. Put coke in the doobie, roll woolies to smoke with Snoopy. I still remain that dick grabbing slacker to spill the wookie. Cause the total of the toolie will murder you friggin' moolies. Fuck out of here. Yeah.
Top billing, come cops and villainous shots is blocked, shipped out and bought, and y'all feeling it. LP killing it, killer Mike killing shit.
What more can I say? We top billing it, valiant without villain it, viciously found victory. Burnt towns and villages, burning, looting, and pillaging.
Murderers try to hurt us, we curse them and all their children. I just want the bread and bologna bundles to tuck away. I don't work for free, I am barely giving a fuck away.
So tell begging Johnny and Mommy to get the fuck away. Yo, here's a gun, son, now run, get it the gut away. Live to shoot another day.
Nobody speak, nobody get choked. Hey. Nobody speak, nobody get choked. Hey.
Nobody speak. Nobody speak. Nobody speak. Nobody get
Alrighty, we've got ourselves a game here. Let's hope it's all going to be good. Now, I will say I tested extensively not updating CK3, given that there was an update for it, and I let that happen, and it played fine, but then it would load just now. I just rolled back the version to what we originally started on, and that I have not tested. So we may run into some issues with that. Just be aware. I've said it before, and I do want to reiterate it, folks. There will be problems with this Grand Campaign. It's going to be very long. I've been saying that quite a lot, but I think I should also be saying at the start of every session, right? Like, we're going to run into some big issues. There will be probably sessions in the future, at least a few, where it will just break. I'll have to end the stream and go fix it for ungodly amounts of hours, which I'm happy to do. But I want to make sure you guys are aware of that, right? You're not watching like an edited, fully ready to go thing, right? This is live, so there will be problems. I do my best to preempt and prevent them, but many of them are simply unavoidable. So be aware for that. We've gotten, knock on wood, relatively lucky, to be honest with you so far, right? So let's hope that continues. One thing I also want to note is that I have been doing some experimentation with the voice of the court mod. That is the mod that allows us to have the roleplay interactions with our characters. So far, it's been really good, but I had a feeling it could be better, and I did a bunch of extensive research, both on the Voice of the Court Discord, which if you use that mod, I recommend you get on the Discord. It's pretty good. There's some interesting stuff in there. And then I found out that there's basically ways, essentially, to improve upon the prompts, and then, like, working with ChatGPT. Gotta work with a Deus Ex Machina, you know. I've gotten a much more extensive prompt now. I've done a bunch of testing with it. It's much higher quality, but I've found there's more, like, hallucinations and weird things with it. So, like, the trade-off you're going to probably see today when we do these roleplay conversations is, on the one hand, the writing and the quality will be significantly better. You're going to notice that immediately. The trade-off is you're going to see some weird shit now and then. Like, it'll just hallucinate, it'll talk about things that haven't happened, etc. There'll be some weird stuff now and then. Just ignore that. I'm going to, like, you know, the way I'm trying to approach this campaign a bit more, especially in CK3 compared to the last, is I'm going to play things a bit more almost like a GM in a D&D game or something, right? So, you know, I'm the fucking law. I dictate what is canon and what is not. I dictate what is happening, what is not, right? So if you want to follow along with the story, what happens to these characters, all that kind of shit, I absolutely have the ability to reject anything this game throws at us and say it's not canon, and I will utilize that as much as I like. So just be warned on that. That being said, some of the interactions I got out of it were pretty fucking cool. If you are interested in using the collection, I've got that linked in the Discord. I can link it here if you don't have it as well. And if you'd like to use the voice of the court mod and want to use some of the stuff I've done, I put a little thing about that in the Discord in the, I think it's the general GC channel in there. I put all my info and stuff. We've moved over to Claude 3.7. It's the unrestricted one. I've been very explicit about it not doing, like, you know, inappropriate stuff, but I've tried to get it to walk that line with very mature themes that I want. Let me switch the music over a little bit. I do like the soundtrack, but it's a little much to start out with. One moment here. Find something a little bit more chill. There we go. Let's go run that. But, one moment. Yeah, so I'm curious to see how that will go. I've done testing, but you never know until we really get started with things as well. The other thing I want to mention as well, I'd first off like to thank everyone who has contributed to the wiki so far. It's been really cool seeing those. Some of the writing's been very nice. It's been fun for me. It's made me enjoy some of these characters a lot more. I'm sure it's the same for y'all as well. If you would like some motivation to actually work on the wiki and you have not, or you are continuing to do so, one of the ways I got Voice of the Court to work at the absolute best level is when I gave it basically histories. So for example, I did testing with Riothamus, and then I did testing with Frontina, where I basically copy and pasted into the Voices of the Court launcher their entire basically wiki page, right, with all their history and who they are and stuff like that. And it made things way fucking better. So if you would like a little bit of just, you know, general motivation to work on the wiki, it's the same for me, though I will say my time is getting less and less already as the semester moves on. If stuff is done for your individual characters and I can copy and paste it in here, it's going to be so much better. So I'll try and do that, but there's only so much time in the week at present I can really do with stuff, and it's only going to get worse. I think I've mentioned it before, but I got into a class I was not supposed to be in. I think I talked about that, didn't I? I showed up for a class thinking that it was basically just on like how to like, you know, research methodologies and stuff like that for how to do research and stuff. To me, one of my requirements for graduation, and it turned out to be an honors class with like the director of the poli-sci department. And I felt awful and was like, oh, I should go because I should not be in an honors class. Not that I'm not capable. It's just, you know, it's always grades they prioritize, right? And she asked me to stay and it's been very nice. The thing with that though is that it's a class that's prepping you to basically do like a full-on attempt to get a published research paper done in undergrad. So I've got like a 40-page paper that is basically like a plan and then part of like a full-on research paper that I didn't do next semester. That is getting more and more intense every week at the moment. So my time is running very thin along with work and everything else. So just be aware. I don't think I'll have to cancel any streams in the future, but there may come, especially I'd say in the last 2 weeks of the semester in like late mid-May, I may just have to cancel the stream for the week. I don't like doing that, but school will come first for me always. So be aware. Beyond that, I thought about talking about politics today. I'm not going to do that. It's an absolute mess. If you have not seen the video, I'm gonna call it. We're not even gonna call it a diplomatic summit. The ambush that was President Trump's meeting with Zelensky, I highly advise you to go watch that. I thought about playing and talking about it. I'm not going to do that. I think a lot of people are just like burnt the fuck out and just want to watch some fun story shit right now. And I'm kind of there with you, so we're just going to get into it. But if you have not watched that, regardless of your politics, please do. That's not just an important moment in history, but something I think everyone on the planet needs to have seen at this point. So anyway, moving on from that, where are we currently at in the game? We are now on our third character, who surprisingly has not died yet. I think we were getting into a theme there, and we were running very quickly towards complete extinction. We're not, at the moment at least, and we have children too, most importantly. So we are currently playing Duke Natanleod. He is our third character. We started with Ambrosius Aurelianus. We then went on to Uther Pendragon, or Constantinus Britannicus. We really got to work on that name at some point and get that changed. And now we're playing Duke Natanleod, who was the cousin of the first two characters, a member of the Constantinus Britannicus dynasty, but not a direct one, like his cousins, who are now both dead. His reign has been a very tenuous one, to put it quite lightly. And I think that many people, myself included, did not expect him, A, to retain power, and B, hold on to almost any land besides maybe a county or two. I had very low hopes for him at the start. What has been the difference? Who has been the difference for our dear Duke slash King slash Warlord slash just general, I guess I'm gonna call him a badass. I think Natanleod's a badass at this point. That would be Gobanus Atrebates, who of course is our just absolutely exceptional general and marshal who is currently has pneumonia. Not the best, but he is an absolute Adonis, or a mega Chad, so there's a good chance he actually will survive this. He did in my tests, not to break immersion or anything, because I was curious. He is an absolutely exceptional person. Now, he served our cousin before us. He originally went into the service of Uther Pendragon in his early years while he was fighting against the Eastern invaders and getting support, winning battles against them and things of that nature. And when his, you know, our historical titles in the area of Glevum, just a heads up. So Glevum, this county here, this is the historical lands of our family, going back quite a while. So Glevum would have been in the family, I would estimate for, I'm gonna say around 100 years or something like that. But the lands that we have now were primarily gotten either under like direct loyalty given to Uther due to his competence, or in the north, these two provinces were taken directly by Uther. A situation where Uther's dream more or less was to push out the Frisians, Jutes, Saxons, and I'm forgetting one of them. There are so many, aren't there? So many peoples coming for our land. His dream was to get rid of them. Not for any good reason. I mean, I suppose he did want to see his people bettered and things like that, but primarily because, you know, I think if he lived in a modern America, Uther Pendragon was the type of guy in our timeline who probably would have carried a tiki torch at the Charlottesville rally. He's that kind of guy, right? That's who he was, right? But he's dead now. When he died, Natanleod took over. Now, Natanleod is a pretty unique person. in my mind, because he's rather unexceptional. His brother Uther got his power and his soldiers and their loyalty and everything he did out of just sheer competence. He was not a good man, but there's no doubting that he was a very competent one, especially martially. Natanleod is not that. He's not. He's a pretty unexceptional guy. Learned, smart, right? And a very good fighter. I keep underestimating that about him, but he was not really exceptional in any way. Just, temperate, trusting. So a good man, but maybe one that's not going to be the best at rule, depending on what happens. Not very competent, a novice schemer, right? Proactive bureaucrat, turtle-like demeanor, dueling enthusiast, artistic eccentricities, improvident, wounded, and then we have a pretty good standing with a lot of different factions around, and a traveler. So 7 Diplo, 19 Martial, 10 Stewardship, 5 Intrigue, and 16 Learning. We are Pelagian. We converted. Pelagian, just a reminder, folks, I won't get into the entire history again of that. I would recommend you go look it up right now if you have not. There's a whole Wikipedia page on it. It's a real thing. But essentially, Pelagianism was an offshoot of Christianity that appeared actually in Britain originally due to, I believe his name was Pelagius. He was a monk and mystic and kind of just like a esoteric philosophical thinker, especially on religious ideas, and a Christian. But this is obviously the early period of Christianity. I mean, we are obviously 485 years after it's the birth and not death of Jesus, right? I should know that. I think it's the birth of Jesus, or was it his death? I think it's birth. I'm going to say birth. Regardless, we're close to 500 years after that, right? But early Christianity was kind of complicated because there was not a centralized authority that we kind of now view as being so normal with Christianity, right? Like at this point, the Pope does exist in Rome, and Rome is now a very Christian city. Even obviously the invaders, right? The Ostrogoths are Christians now as well. But it's not so centralized as it will become very quickly under the Catholic Church, where you have this overarching political authority that gets to define what is and what is not. Obviously, there have been a couple councils, like the Council of Nicaea, that have already happened, where if you've never read about that sorts of things, I really recommend you do. I should do it again. They're so important for history in general, and they're just kind of interesting. But the short version of it, right, is that the teachings of Jesus, the teachings and words and values of his followers and later apostles and the people who spread the faith, they diverged very quickly. I think there's a lot of misconceptions nowadays, at least with many Christians I talk to, and I was raised Christian. I won't act like I'm any authority on the matter because I'm not, but like I've done my best to kind of try to understand it better. I won't get into it, but I was raised Christian. I became very atheist, and now I'm very much agnostic, I guess. And I've tried to combat my dislike towards Christianity I had for a while, for I think good and bad reasons. I think when you get older, a lot of people start to look at their religion a bit differently as you grow, and you start to look at the history of some of these religions, and the institutions and things like that, at least for me, really turned me off to the religions. But in the last few years, I've tried to be much more active about just setting that aside and looking at what it is, right? But getting back to the main point, Jesus was almost certainly a real person. His teachings and his life was pretty exceptional. I mean, you don't have to be a Christian to read about the teachings of Jesus and be probably pretty impressed of him as a human being, right? For who he was and what we know. But in the modern world, you take things like the Bible and you think that all these stories and all these values and all these sorts of systems and what makes Christianity is just, it is what it is, right? I mean, we had the variations that come with obviously the Protestant Reformation and all the different variations of Christianity that exist now, but even within that schism, there is still a lot of overlap and similarity. My point, to wrap this back up, I'm almost ranting here, is that Christianity in this time period was not like that. It diverged a lot. This was when there were a lot of very interesting philosophical thinkers. The one you've probably almost certainly heard of is Saint Augustine, right? What was this? He was over here somewhere, North Africa. Was obviously starting to define the values of the religion, right? I mean, Christianity is complicated because it kind of came out of like the Old Testament of the Judaic faith, given that, you know, Jesus was Jewish, right? And then you combine that with obviously the tenets and teachings that Jesus gave, and then just some of the wild shit some of his apostles and people wrote about and said. Paul, notably, I don't like that man. If you're a Christian, I hope you don't like that man either. But regardless, this is the period where like the values are really starting to get formulated into something more concrete, and where the power of the church becomes much larger. They start to exert power and control over a lot of the institutions and nations of Europe and beyond. And that's when things get really centralized. Now, Pelagius was one of those thinkers. And the thing that defined his difference, and the reason I'm ranting and I'm going to keep doing it for just a moment, is this is going to be very fucking important for our nation, for our dynasty, and for our character. Right? I hope you guys, when you voted on this, did not take lightly what we did when we converted to Pelagianism. This is a big deal, right? Pelagianism has some major differests with what will, in our own timeline, become Catholic doctrine. And the largest, I would say by far, is that Pelagius rejected the concept of original sin. One of the big components of most Christian religions is original sin, right? The stemming from humanity, Adam and Eve's actions in the Garden of Eden, where they, disobeyed God, right? And were therefore, along with later the rest of humanity, cast out of the perfect place and committed sin, essentially. And one of the concepts in the Catholic religion, and a lot of modern Protestant religions, is that everyone is born a sinner because of that. We all basically get collective punishment, which, that was actually, I'm going to be honest, one of the many things that made me leave Christianity when I was younger, is I just found that concept abhorrent to the ideas and teachings of people like Jesus, right? Not to get too into this, right? But Pelagius rejected that idea. He said, with a God as good as ours, and with someone like Jesus and his teachers, there's no way that would be a thing. There's no way that a baby, an unbaptized baby would be born with sin, and if it died immediately of a disease would go to hell. That doesn't fit with our God. That's what he was saying. And reading about it, it's pretty interesting. I had not realized it actually got really big. It got really popular, right? It got huge for a long time. And that's something, there's, like I said, there's like, especially with the modern conceptions of these religions, there's an idea, at least for me and other people I've talked to, certainly, especially Christians, that like it is a certain way and it always has been a certain way. And that's not true. Pelagianism got huge in Britain and it spread. It got big in Gaul and Germania, and it went throughout Europe. A lot of people, I think, innately understood that concept, right? Of like, if you take the teachings of Jesus and things like that, you're like, that doesn't make sense. And so it spread very quickly. And that, to tie this back into our story and character here, that's why I think Natanleod, I have no issue of him converting to marry Frontina in that concept. Because I think by speaking with her and understanding more of the religion, someone like Natanleod, who I do consider, right, just, temperate, trusting, to be a fairly good person, not perfect, but he tries to be a good person. I think he's the type who would definitely like hear that and go, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I agree with that. And so, maybe obviously his religious convictions kind of went hand in hand with his political and dynastic, obviously, reasons for his conversion to Pelagianism. I think there was a bit of both at play there. Regardless, converting to Pelagianism from Chalcedonian Christianity is what allowed us to marry our current life Frontina, who is an absolute beast and is pregnant again. I did not notice that. We're gonna have another kid. Great. And she is the daughter of Duke Riothamus of Londinium, who is also a historical figure. I've ranted about him before. I may rant about him again because God, he is so fucking cool, dude. Jesus Christ, this man. There's a couple people in history who I've read about and I feel bad about it, but I'm like, God, if I lived then, I'd die for that man. I don't know, man. Duke Riothamus, if I lived in 485 and I rounds Britain and I heard anything about this man, I'd fight for this dude. I'd fight for this guy. I think a lot of us would. God damn, he's a bit of a badass. I'll list his two biggest achievements that kind of just should automatically give him all the street cred. He had an alliance with the Western Roman Empire. As an independent, recognized King of the Britons. That's a direct quote from letters that still exist and have been found where Western Rome referred to him as King of the Britons. Automatically a badass. Number two, when Western Rome was going through the shit and starting to fall from the invasions and they had a Gothic horde on their footstep, you know who they called? Do you know who they called? I bet you can guess. Duke fucking Riothamus. I'm sorry, King Riothamus, who showed up with like 10,000 Britons and held his own for a little bit before getting beaten back because the Goths were fucking strong and terrifying, and he fled and went back to Britain. Which you can look at that of him, being competent and losing, but if you read anything about the Goths and the invasions of many of these groups that led to the fall of Western Rome, I don't think there's any way you can look at that and not go, yeah, it's fair. Because goddamn, right? But anyway, we've married into that family now, the Riothamus family. Our wife is one of his daughters, and we're in a very good position, all things considered. Now, just to jump back into the kind of where we're at in the story overall, I want to tie up some things. I also find these kind of recaps for very like role-playing intensive games help me getting back into the mindset, so you'll forgive me for going long here. We've managed to basically deal with almost all our immediate problems. When you rule in any context, and when you're a person living in reality in any context, you always have things you need to be dealing with that you can't immediately solve, right? That's just the nature of life, and certainly the nature of rule. But our existential crises for the moment have been solved. When we took over as Uther, and when Uther died and we took back over as Natanleod, we had a legitimacy crisis, which was partially solved by Gobanus pledging his loyalty to us. We had a military crisis in the sense that I think we were still, when Natanleod took over, in 3 major wars with all of our neighbors. And we had the issue that we had almost immediately after I chose to basically give peace to a faction and basically lose our capital of Glevum. Natanleod made the sacrifice of basically piecing out 1 war to fight 2 wars he could more easily win by giving away the capital. It paid off in the end. For a while, we ruled out of Corinium, which I still am going to say is a Bott and Bailey that has been fairly repaired sitting on the hill. That had at the time just like all the area completely burnt, ravaged, and everything killed, right? Mass population migration. It's kind of come back now, but it's still, you know, certainly not what you want to be ruling out of to give yourself any legitimacy as a warlord, duke, or king in post-Roman Britain. We now have Glevum back. We have won all of our wars. We now have every piece of land. Our borders extend to every piece of land that Duke Uther had at his height. He did that with fear and military power. We have done ours very differently. We've tried to build alliances and things like that. So we're in a pretty good position. To go over our council here, our bishop is Synesius. He is an absolute piece of shit. We've continued to basically trust in him. We've basically been ignoring all the rumors being spread about him. He's basically a very bad man. He's the one that basically baptized us as a Pelagian. He's very smart, very knowledgeable about the religion. He's also very sinful. And he will probably be a problem for us very soon. Our chancellor is Count Sallustius, who absolutely just fucking hates us. He was one of the provinces conquered by Uther who did not give basically rule to our dynasty voluntarily. We took it from him, and he is still the count there. He's on our council, but he fucking hates us. Our steward is Earl Rune. He's a man that we've actively tried to build a relationship with. Gobanus has helped that. Gobanus, at the start of last session, went to basically study with him for a time, and it's allowed our relations with him, one of our main vassals, to get a lot better, which is fantastic. Our marshal, of course, Gobanus Atrebates and the Atrebates family, which is a historical real family in history, folks, by the way. They fought Caesar when he invaded Gaul. They fled to Britain, and then they probably also fought Caesar here. But they're a very old, respected tribe of Celts, so they're still around as well. And our spy master is Earl Cainforch, who doesn't hate us, doesn't love us either. The last thing before we get going to recap is at the end of the last sessions, we ended with a meeting with Duke Riothamus, who is our father-in-law. We met with him to speak basically about the future. Now, one of the things that happened while we were fighting all those wars was that we had a Saxon band of raiders, almost 4,000 strong, pillaging through southern Britain. And they came basically within 1 province of us, and I'm going to go into roleplay that was like within miles, right? So a band that could have wiped out our army almost instantaneously. There is no single country currently in Britain that could begin to fight them in battle. Everyone would be destroyed by them. They're huge. And they're just the tip of the sphere, right? This is a time where there are more of these mass migrations and armies kind of coming over to Britain. Now, in terms of real archaeological and like history of population dynamics and movements and the interactions between like the Britannia Romans, the Picts, the Celts, the local Britons, and then like the Jutes Saxons and all the rest who are coming over, it's a bit complicated as to like how this relationship really developed. Now, there are obviously notably many legends and writings in like the post-centuries after this of like major battles and conflict between the Saxons and then the locals. But given that the people who wrote that were overwhelmingly Christian monks who viewed them as heathen barbarians, we're getting a very one-sided reference there. The archaeological history suggests that there was a much more, I don't want to say cooperative nature to things, but it was not as nearly as violent and just dark as people suggest, especially those writers. But there was certainly tension, there was certainly conflict, there was certainly raiding and war, right? So we're still worried about that. Now, when we met with Duke Riothamus, we basically had a conversation with him where he laid kind of out his plan for the future to us. And he has in his mind what he referred to as the Grand Alliance, which would essentially be an alliance and an agreement among the many rulers of Britain to basically jointly come together and to most likely do two things. A, it would be like a defensive pact in the sense that if invaders come across, raid, and attack anyone, all the rest come together and push them out. And B, to push out or forcefully require the integration or the conversion of any of these currently people who have come over and taken lands. If you take a look here, we've got the Frisians up here. That's actually a player dynasty. We've got let me go back to the map. Norfolk is obviously invaders. That's Angles. We've got Jutes and Kent. We've got Saxons and Sussex. And then, I think it might be. Yeah, not quite as bad as it was. He obviously kind of laid that out to us, and he took it under the Christian light. One of the things we spoke to him about was the fact that we suggested that we should also talk to the non-Christians about this as well. People like Dumnonia, which is a very powerful kingdom right now, and they are Druidic. They are not Christians. So that'll be a little kind of complicated given Riothamus is very zealous. But as I spoke about last session, I do view Riothamus' zealotry to be not a little bit more nuanced than just kill anyone who doesn't worship my God, right? So that's the end of last session. I think that's a pretty good recap there. And yeah, I think we're about where we need to be here. I'm going to do a little bit of looking around, but beyond that, we're currently, I believe, on our way traveling back home from Londinium after our meeting with Riothamus. So for us, what I'm going to be doing here from the near future, just kind of look at Natanleod's perspective for the moment. Like, what would he be thinking? Where would he be at in this moment? I think in many ways, he would be kind of on top of the world on the one sense, in that he's managed to survive. He's managed to kind of prove himself. He's earned the respect of people like Gobanus, like Riothamus, giants in contemporary history, right? These are people even now who would be already gaining, a legendary mythic sort of status, and certainly far in the future will be remembered as such. And so he's probably starting to come into a bit of confidence in his own abilities to a degree, but that's kind of obviously balanced out by obviously what comes next. Now he does need to begin to actually rule in peacetime, which is very different than ruling in wartime. For anyone who has read or watched Game of Thrones, you know very well the concept that there's even, I believe, a direct quote. Was it Tywin or was it Cersei? I forget who said it when they're talking about certain people about ruling and fighting and winning wars are two very different things. And history talks about that greatly. Rome has so many examples of emperors who exemplify that idea that ruling and winning wars are two very different things. And then there are exceptions, people like Marcus Aurelius, who the older I get and the more I'm biased because I've been really into Stoicism lately, of course, but I would view him, frankly, as one of the best examples of the ability to balance rule in peacetime and domestic policy, and then the dangers but necessity of war, right? Will Natanleod be able to actually maintain that balance? We don't know that yet, and neither does he. And I think he's read enough about the past. He's probably a little worried about that. He doesn't know if he's capable in ruling in peacetime and bringing prosperity to his people, which he would care about very deeply, right? So, and then obviously we also are going to be almost immediately, as soon as we can, going to meet with some of the other leaders. So I'm going to be getting us to go travel. We're going to speak to some of these other leaders, especially in Wales and probably Dumnonia, and try and get their support for the Grand Alliance. And last thing before I remove my camera and we formally get going is that I want to underline one last thing. I'm not going to be playing our dynasty and these characters with main character syndrome, right? I'm going to be doing my best actively to really not get into the main character syndrome mindset, right? I'm really trying to avoid that. Basically, the concept being that it's always about us. Our story is always number one. Our character is the main character. And sure, from the Grand Campaign perspective, they sure as fuck are. But they don't interact with their world like that, and nor should we. So this alliance, the Grand Alliance, and how we're going about this, we're not the leader. We're not the main character. This story and this movement and this alliance, this is King Riothamus' alliance. We have already bought into the concept. We see his vision. We see the good it can do, the lives it can save, the culture and values it can safeguard, and we fully bought into his vision. But this is not our alliance. We're just one of the many lords And we're going to be doing our best, given he is family and given we agree with it, to make it happen. But I want to underscore that, folks. This is not our story. So with that, the 4th session of the Grand Campaign, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everyone is well. As I said before, I will read a bit of chat, but I want to get into this. And I want us to get 4 hours in today. We're starting a bit late, so I hope you all enjoy. And we shall continue. All right, tune the music down a little bit there. So we are on our way home right now. We obviously have a lot going on at present. And I think our immediate priority is going to be, as soon as we get back, to basically oversee the realm, to look into what improvements we can do. We need to look at how we can kind of get our taxes back underfoot. I think maybe even a conversation with Gobanus to kind of see our strategy here, both politically and domestically, will be key. And then from there, we're going to go basically doing meetings with Dumnoni and some of these other regions. Just a heads up today, folks. It will be pretty slow. I don't expect almost any war to happen. It'll be a lot of role play, including like, you know, the voice of the court role play with characters, these leaders and stuff, and more administration and stuff like that. So I want to point that out to start off with, just for expectations here as well. But we are not quite home yet, so let's make sure that we get there. Caught outside. Just as we are about to set out, it starts snowing. I can't help but curse my poor luck, but I can see, I had seen the clouds coming for a while. It doesn't seem to let up anytime soon. If we want to make our journey on time, we'll have to set out, but riding through a snowstorm is risky at best. We're gonna wait it out. This is not our time period now where we obviously have access to indoor heating and hot pads and good coats that keep in heat. This is 485. Snowstorms kill armies and they kill people, so we are going to wait. We're not a coward, but we're not stupid. And we got this event again, even more bandits on the road here. So again, kind of like last time, I'm going to go with this being, these are like basically ex-soldiers and stuff. There's probably a lot of them running through Britain right now. These are not your average like medieval bandits in the woods. These are ex-military, ex-soldiers, well-armed, you know, obviously repaired, reused like old Roman equipment and stuff like that. But these are not just some random fuckers with like this, right? This is not what this is. So we had this event before, which I'm not going to read. Essentially, they're demanding that we pay money. And of course, we are absolutely not going to do that. So let's see what happens. We appear to be fine. That's good. All right, so we should be working on control still in Glevum. Gobanus should be working on that. Yes, he is. 4 years until we actually get control back in Glevum. Obviously, this region is probably starting to recover a little bit. All of our lands are, you know, obviously farms and seeds will be planted again in the spring. Cattle herds are not being hid probably in forests anymore, and population growth for our cattle is starting to come back a little bit. But it's still a very, I don't want to say desolate, but war-ravaged land to be sure. We stopped by a town in Whitney for a quick rest. This town is known locally for its amenities and being a center of leisure. And several of the guards in my entourage got distracted by the pretty local Britanno-Roman girls. We need to go soon, but perhaps it would not be a bad idea to rest some more. We have a wife, so we're going to be heading home. I don't think Natanleod is quite that type. Uh-oh. Oh, wait, is this the event I think it is? As we travel through the wild lands of Winchcombe, I find myself with the distinct feeling of being watched. Hiding, though poorly, I see a frail, dirty girl watching our entourage. A member of our caravan informs me the locals say this land is haunted by someone they call Octavia. Goddamn, Octavia is still one of my favorite like female Roman names. It's just so fucking good. Octavius is also fantastic. Who is said to have been raised far away from human society by a wolf. There's some heavy Roman themes there that we would like, given that we are a bit of a Rome boo, even in this time. Apparently, the poor creature has taken a fascination with us and has even started to speak some basic Latin, though not to any meaningful proficiency. We are absolutely going to try and take her on as well. I feel like there should be a percentage chance here, but I guess she's just like, A, a little obsessed with us and interested, but B, given that she is, how old, 11, and she's probably not had like, you know, social contact for most of her life. Jesus, the mental struggle she would be having, my God. So yeah, we'll try and take her in. We're gonna, I guess, make her our ward and add her to our entourage. So, I mean, we obviously have children, we'd want to raise them, but I would never take Duke Natanleod as a type to basically not give aid to someone who needs it, right? I don't think he's ever the type to do that. I mean, we're literally improvident, right? AKA, we are going to hemorrhage money our whole life, giving it to charity and helping people. So we are absolutely going to take her on. So I'd imagine it kind of just basically for like the last few days, like there would have been someone following us. We know that it would have been happening. We would have done our best to try and make them comfortable and get her to come stay with us. Obviously offer her some food by the campfire and get her to stick around. We'd probably feel very bad for her and, you know, feel like we should take her in. We'd probably also be really like, you know, feeling not being with our kids, right? Our children are very young. They're like, you know, literally still babies, but I'm sure we're the type who has like very strong paternal, obviously, parenting instincts, and not being with our kids. I guess we'll find an outlet for that on the way home and hopefully do our best to get her back to good health too, because I think she's in very bad health. Yes, she is. Malnourished and feral. Yep, we will train her. Hieronymus is in charge of our food supplies and sheepishly reveals our provisions are now all but useless, having been poorly stored. I mean, he is an absolute martial fucking genius, but I guess he's not very good at basic planning. Oh my god. 0, 35, 0, 1, and 0, and 41 prowess. That is absolutely hilarious. I think we do need to find a new caravan master, especially given we're going to be going on a lot of journeys here very soon. 2% chance of death. Oh boy. A wounded entourage member. We're basically gonna have to go demand sub from locals. We would not do that. Folks, I'm gonna roll the dice of fate. I know there's a chance we die here, and that would suck, but I also refuse to not make a decision that would make sense for our character due to the danger. So I need everyone to pray to whatever gods you hold holy right now. Nature will provide. We're not dead. Wonderful. All right, so I guess we found some berries and maybe hunted something. My gosh. At long last, I am finally home. There's nothing better than arriving back in Glevum after a long journey, especially given it's not Corinium. We actually have like a town. I'm not gonna say a city, but I'd say a large, like, you know, Roman town. Not Londinium or anything like that, but it's better than just, you know, 2 houses and a motte and bailey on a hill. Alrighty. 55 days. We've been gone for almost 2 months now. Okay. We are back. Gobanus, of course, gave us back power because he is absolutely fantastic. I love how, like, there's so many decisions for my mods. When I open the decision page, it literally lags the game. We also are in need of a court tutor. Let's see if there is anyone available. So as I said, like, now that we're back home, we've gotten back to Glevum, we came into the town of our entourage, not many guards and stuff, and like we obviously have like a bit of a keep, but this would be more just like, I think, kind of a centralized main hall. It's not a medieval castle or anything like that yet. This is an ex-Roman town, so yeah, like a larger motte than in Corinium, with a town around it kind of thing, and maybe some like really basic wooden palisades. Walls are definitely going to be one of our big priorities when we actually get some cash flow going here and are not absolutely broke as fuck. So our immediate priority is to figure out what we need to do to get a bit of a surplus in our budget. We need to speak with Gobanus about the domestic situation and who to prioritize first for the Grand Alliance. And then from there, a bit of time probably spent with our children. And then we are going to be leaving immediately to go and speak with some of the lords that we need to speak with here. So let's start off with looking at our economy and just kind of the more technical aspects of the game. I've been doing a lot of roleplay. This is going to be actually a moment here where I'm going to look at things from more technical gameplay perspective. So we have 2 formal direct holdings right now, folks. We've got Glevum, we've got Corinium. Corinium is being rebuilt a little bit. It does actually have simple pastures, which is giving us some direct income, which is fantastic. Glevum is having an upgrade. A log fort is being built in the center of the city that was actually begun by our predecessors, the people, ironically, who took Glevum from us, and then we took it back. They did invest in that, which is fantastic. Beyond that, there's nothing really generating us income here. I would imagine Glevum, folks, kind of, just to do like a bit of mental imagery here, just to kind of, for myself and for you, I would imagine Glevum to basically be an ex-Roman town. You would have obviously a bit of the city organization that went hand in hand with anywhere Rome went and built, where it built obviously and brought civitas the city as it viewed the city to be anywhere. And I would imagine Glevum to be a bit of that, but it would be, I think, more a militaristic kind of settlement rather than more of like a legal and economic center like Londinium or some of the other cities in Roman Britain, right? Which were like real attempts to bring Roman civilization to far off lands where you would obviously see something you almost, if you went back in time, might even almost view as like closer to a modern city. Obviously, you know, central larger roads built, plazas, forums for trade and for obviously civil discourse, a governor's mansion, a place for obviously law to be administrated from, things like that, which we have today that really began in Rome, at least in the West. And you would see those in places like Londinium. But I don't think you'd see them in Glevum. Glevum, I would imagine much more to be, as I said, potentially, like obviously a very important centrally located position, obviously to cut off movement and access and to provide quick military response to obviously to Wales, which was very rebellious and dangerous for the Romans, to Cornwall, which was the same, a central position where I would imagine a Roman more long-term fort was built, a bit of a town and city began to rise up around it. I wouldn't see the population as probably being over maybe a couple thousand people max. And as a result, it would, by the standards of certainly Britain prior to Rome and even during Britain, it would be a larger settlement, but it wouldn't be like a major city. So the big thing actually giving us our income right now is the iron mining settlement that we have here. I also believe that there was a good amount of tin mining in this area. Bear with me for a moment, folks. I do want to check something. I remember seeing a map in a book I read a while back, and I want to see if I can find it for y'all and for myself, because I think it would be very interesting here. Yeah, here we go. There's one. Wonderful. Here we go. Alrighty. I'm going to read a little bit of this and I'm going to show you the map and then we'll go from there. Again, I'm doing this for y'all, but also for myself, because the more of this stuff I think about while I play, I think the better I do roleplay and think about things kind of from the perspective of the time, right? So mining was one of the most prosperous activities in Roman Britain. Britain was rich in resources such as copper, gold. There was a lot of gold in Britain, folks. Rome took most of it, funnily enough. Rome took a lot of the good resources, obviously prior to the discovery and utilization of coal much later. Britain, to clarify, if you're British, you already know this, but if you're not, you know, you might not really realize this. Britain was actually incredibly valuable, folks. I can't underscore that enough. Britain was incredibly wealthy and very valuable. It's one of the motivating factors for why Rome really put so much effort for a long period, at great cost, I should add, into maintaining control over Britain. It wasn't just because like maps or anything like us, you know, Paradox gamers. It was because it was incredibly fucking valuable. Material was in high demand in the Roman Empire. Sufficient supply of metals was needed to fulfill the extreme demand for coinage, luxury artifacts, but also military equipment and things like that, right? They started panning and puddling for gold. Great mineral abundance. So let's take a look at this little map right here and we'll get back to the game. So these are the big things that Rome kind of prioritized, and a huge amount of investment and people were put into obviously excavating it. Iron in large amount down in the southeast, lots of tin in Cornwall. Iron in Glevum, where we're at, the Forest of Dean, was a really actually famous and notable center for iron extraction. Silver, lead, lots of resources in Wales. That's why, again, I think Glevum's kind of little fort and settlement would be larger, as it would be one of the jumping off points to controlling obviously Wales and all the resources there. Lead, gold, all that. Lots of lead in the north, and then a bit of iron kind of just there in a little bit, I think, to the north, or right around modern day Newcastle and stuff. So very valuable. A lot of the resources, as you can see here, were actually more in the west. So ironically, Roman civilization was much more centralized in terms of population and settlements in the east. A lot of these western territories like Cornwall and Wales, modern day, were where a lot of like the Celtic Picts and like, you know, pre-Roman people kind of fled to and maintained a large degree of their culture and values, despite a lot of that resource extraction going on there. So, right back into the game. So for us, we kind of have obviously most of our income coming from obviously the iron extraction that we've really started to set back up. I think one of the big things that would have been happening while we took that trip in the last 2 months, now that we're starting to develop a bit of a centralized authority out of Glevum, would be Gobanus, given that he does have obviously a mind for these things besides military, would be working pretty hand in hand with Earl Rune, who I think he is pretty close with, and obviously putting the people and the resources and the manpower back into those forests, into bringing them directly under our state control, right? It would not be privately owned. This is far before modern capitalism. This would be directly state ran, and those iron mines would be under our control, which would be starting to bring us obviously resources. So perhaps, I don't think we'd have a full port, but we'd obviously have some manner of shipping happening here, and then obviously exports on the roads going east and things like that. The mods I have on actually allow trading deals that we can do later on to roleplay some of this stuff, which is really fucking cool. So I think that would have been one of the big things kind of ongoing while we were gone. And when we got back, obviously, we would have been talking to Gobanus, and he would be basically telling us that we are no longer directly hemorrhaging money, right? We are not in a surplus, but obviously the re-equipping and like obviously the salaries for our main, like these are not like levies, right? Our main men-at-arm force are permanent, so they would be stationed within the fort, I should say, in Glevum, year-round, training, kind of preparing. They might have side jobs and stuff, but they're soldiers, right? They're permanent men-at-arms. They're fucking expensive, but they are worth it, as we saw in our recent wars. So a lot of the money would be obviously buying, I'm sure, more like ex-Roman secondhand equipment for sale in the market in different places throughout Britain, and re-equipping them for their losses that they took in those wars, getting them fully equipped, paid, and trained again, which has probably been no easy task. So as such, we've managed to kind of maintain a bit of a balance there, but we need to find some more ways to make obviously income, bring stability back to these lands. We'll do it, but I'm trying to think if there's anything else we can really actively try and do right now in order to ensure that it happens. I don't think so. Collecting taxes is really the play. Where's he doing that? That's just in general, isn't it? It's not anywhere in particular. So I think we kind of can't do too much. Let's look at our laws. I did add a mod that adds a whole set of like basically formal laws to the game. So intelligence, security, command, festivity, women's rights, moral standards, punishments, judicial, all this stuff which we're going to roleplay. But given that we do not really have a centralized authority, neither did Uther, right? This is still a relatively recent reborn kind of administration. We can't really begin to start making big changes quite yet. Our income from our vassals is looking pretty minimal here. Now, why is that? Taxable income 0.03, contribution, not rightful liege is still a problem. So that's a legitimacy issue, right? I believe is that mechanic. I'm still not quite used to it. It was added after I really played CK3 consistently. There's a legitimacy score somewhere. Trying to remember where it is. Let's see here. I think there's a legitimacy score. I might be wrong about that. I could have sworn there was. Bear with me, folks. I will also need to do like a little bit of like remembering A, how to play CK3 really well, and B, also working with all these mods that change so many features of this game. Close the character tab. Thank you very much. There it is. Yeah, so rightful ruler. This is the legitimacy tab. This dictates a lot of different things, obviously, in our country. And I think not rightful ruler does spring out of that, right? Yeah, so we're only at our legitimacy is not awful, to be fair. It is level 3, but we'll need to increase it more if we want to really start getting full taxes out of it. I would imagine a lot of that would basically be our vassals who... I talked about it last session when we kind of had a council meeting with them, and I kind of like thought that and role-played that out mentally, right? In the sense that a lot of them, I think, are still on the fence with us, is how I would see this. In the sense that especially Latositon, so obviously Count Sallustius, and Count Gobanus, not to be confused with Gobanus, they were conquered by us and fucking hate us, and the only way they're gonna give us full like actual proper taxation and fight for us properly is just gonna be fear and basically acceptance of competency and knowing that they don't have an alternative. We would know that and we kind of just accept it essentially, right? But we try and treat them well as we can. So we have to prove our competence to get them to start paying full taxes. We know that they aren't. I think a man like us and Gobanus would be a little forgiving in the sense that we would know that they do need some of their money, obviously, to rebuild their war-torn holdings. We would not expect full taxation immediately, and I don't think we demand it either, like some rulers perhaps would. We know that that could do more harm than good, but I think for both us in the long term and Gobanus, we don't have a bad stewardship, right? It would be a case of like, we'll give you a couple years leeway to get your shit together and to accept our rule, but then you need to start fucking paying your taxes or we're gonna have problems. You know, there's a lot of political scientists who basically talk about, especially these early leaders, but leaders in general who obviously control territory, who are not democratically elected, as being stationary bandits, right? There is some truth in that. And especially if you're a libertarian, you might take that concept of taxation being theft. And you can talk all day about the benefits of it, but at the same time, to guys like Count Sallustius, put yourself in his shoes, right, folks? He got conquered by a man claiming to want to fight the Eastern warlords and who just took his territory and forced him to obviously become his subject and is now demanding taxes. I'd be pretty fucking pissed if I was Count Sallustius, right? So I think we'll give them a bit of leeway there. But let's see, is there anything we can explicitly do right now to just kind of improve upon this? We're losing because of Improvident, which is very unfortunate. Our artistic eccentricity, I've said, is basically an obsession with Roman stuff, so I'm going to say that basically he's trying to develop a library in Glevum, so he's buying like Latin books and shit to try and, air quotes, preserve knowledge, which he probably would very much believe in, but it is costing us money. Not a ton, but a little bit. So I don't think there is probably too much we can really do here. Oh, it's de jure territory and not legitimacy. That's fair. Yeah, because obviously Britannia Prime's formal borders are only this. So Latositon, for example, is not within it. It's within Mercia. So that is completely fair, which means we should be getting close to full income out of some of these other ones, right? Yes, we are. A little bit here. Yep. So a lot of them we are getting what we need. So I think the big things preventing proper income from us right now is really just going to come down to the fact that our control is shot, so we just have to wait long periods of time, right, for that to be brought back. Even a man like Gobanus is taking years to restore like real control and authority. Control is just the concept of security, right? So it's getting rid of the bandits who are obviously causing problems, ex-soldiers, getting really trust and security back in like trading in places like Glevum, and obviously like, you know, people migrating back. People don't invest in long-term things if they don't trust it, right? If you're, think about it for a moment, if you're a person living in like a small little forest village in the territory of Glevum, and you've had soldiers come through and take all your livestock, burn your fields, kill your neighbors, and there's some new guy in charge, even if you've heard good things about him, are you really gonna start planning long-term for the future, like, you know, chopping down trees, farming woods, spending perhaps some of the money you've hoarded away and hidden on new livestock if you think that this could just continue in the future? Fuck no, you won't. Fuck no. So that's what we're doing here. We have to obviously get the trust of the people back, and we have to restore stability. And, you know, especially given the Saxons are still a big danger, that will not be easy. So I don't think there is really too much going on that we can do too much about. Any other really important court things, I would like us to get a tutor. That's one thing I will actually even go into a deficit for. Sergius will not be the one tutoring. Let's see. Can we make Gobanus the court tutor? Not that he doesn't have enough going on. No, we can't. That's unfortunate. Gobanus' wife could do it, but she's not fantastic. Wait, is Sergius, is that our... No, he is actually not our bishop. I thought he was. This is someone else. Sergius Epide, patient, paranoid, ambitious, exalted erudite, provocative bureaucrat, wolf-like, warfare enthusiast, blind loyalty, and a monk. He's actually not too bad. He speaks Latin probably very fucking well. He's a full Pelagian. I think we will make him our court tutor for now. He's not perfect, but he'll do. I will get us to try and find and like send out like a call for better tutors, but we need money first, so. For now, I will take a little bit of a deficit just so we have a court tutor, because that does actually mechanically in the game improve our children's learning outcomes and like obviously gaining skill and stat points. So that's really important from that perspective. Alrighty. That's the only other court position I really intend to do here. Now also we do have people in our prisons. Let's see if there's anyone we could ransom. For a hook, that's not what we want. We'd like money here, but we're not gonna get it. Let's see if there's anyone competent in our prisons. We'll basically, so we'll kind of, you know, after a few days in Glevum, we'll basically remember that we do have some prisoners in the stockades, and we'll go and maybe I think Natanleod might take the time to like at least have a conversation with a few of them, kind of get the cut of their jib and see if any of them are really interesting and worth basically talking to and potentially bringing into his service, right? That was more common in history than you think, folks, especially in this period of like basically people just, you know, being caught in battle and basically, especially in Roman times, slavery, but in later times more just being put under service in some manner, right? Now, Marcos the Erginum is interesting. Brave, greedy, compassionate, an adept commander, a chaotic pioneer, mystic support, populist leader. He was the man who revolted against Latusitan, wasn't he? I believe. He's druidic, but he's very fucking competent. When we started that war to take out the rebels in Latusitan, I think he was the leader. And that happened right when we got invaded by the people who controlled Glevum. He's in our prisons right now. I think he gave us a pretty good fight, I will say, for being a populist leader. And if we talk to him, I think we might respect him pretty well. He doesn't speak our language though, so we'll be using a translator to speak with him. Perhaps we should try and learn Brythonic at some point as well. So first poll of the day here, folks. Just to remind you of who this man is. He is druidic, so he's not our faith, but we don't usually hold that against people. We would have talked to him and realized very quickly, even through our translator, that he's fucking competent. He gave us a good fight on the battlefield. We might get some resentment, certainly from fucking Count Sallustius, if we let him out and take him into our service, and perhaps some of our people. But he's a very competent man, right? So first poll of the day. This will be a very short 1 minute long poll. If you're on YouTube, you can say yes or no as to whether we take him into our service in the chat, or you can go vote on Twitch. It's up to you. All right, very short poll here. See if there's anyone else as well who might be competent. Just remember, this is who he is, folks. One more time. 6 Diplo. Actually, don't look at these stats. We obviously, as a character, and you would not know them, but we talked to him. We know he's a good warrior. We know he's got a sharp fucking mind. We know he's a capable man. No intrigue, so he just fucking obviously says it as it is. You never get a whole picture of a person very quickly, but if we take even like 20 minutes to really try and speak with him with a translator, I think it would have come across very fast that this man is you know, he's got a bit of fire in his soul, and we want and need that, right? We need competent people right now. So he's no Gobanus, but he's not bad. Let's see how the poll's going here. You don't know this man or anything about it? That's fair. Then you do not have to vote. I've already gone over it as well. I know a lot of folks jump in and out. You got things going on and stuff like that. That is totally fair. If you do miss these, that's fine. The big ones I will explain very, very in detail. These are kind of more minor ones. Yes. All right. So we will. So I'm going to try and make him convert. We're going to try and basically get him to convert if we recruit him. And he will say yes. Would we demand his conversion? I don't think we would. We're not a zealot. I don't think we actually would. I think we'd ask to take him into our service alone. So I will not ask him to convert. Anyone else here? No. All right, we're gonna release everyone else from prison. It's something a lot of leaders will actually do when they come into power. It's very famous, especially in the medieval and Renaissance and later periods, is when you take power from like an old ruling government, is you release all the political prisoners and things like that. Now, a lot of these guys we probably took prisoner in wars and stuff like that, but releasing them would kind of be a gesture of like goodwill and essentially be showing that we are merciful and we're not just going to murder people for no fucking reason. So we're going to recruit Marcos, and everyone else we're going to let go. All right. Anything else we need to do here? I don't think so. We obviously can't set up trade yet. We're not quite there. Royal Court we don't have yet. All right. Now we will do our formal conversation with Gobanus. Now this is going to be about two things. It will be about the state of the realm and any kind of priorities we have domestically, and then it will be about the international situation and who we go and approach first, essentially. So we'll do our first voice of the court roleplay of the day here. And like I said, if there are any weird issues and stuff like that, I'm still fine-tuning some parts of it, but it should be better today. So let's get some different music going for this as well. Alrighty. Alright, so I'll give the AI kind of a bit of short background here. Natanleod has returned to Glevum and has been there for a few days. Gobanus was his, what's it called? His regent during a recent trip to Londinium, where he spoke with Riothamus and discussed a military alliance and the Saxon invader situation. This conversation will be about the domestic state of Britannia, Prima, and the foreign situation with attempting to get lords of Britannia into King Riothamus's Grand Alliance. Gobanus, quotes here, helps the AI. Gobanus, well met, my friend. It has been good to be home at last. I'm glad to see both my children and yours in good health. Your wife too. But of course, as nice as these last few days have been to take a breath, we have many matters to begin to formally attend to. I was very pleased with the progress on the iron mines that are already beginning to once again turn out materials. As you said yesterday, by God, we need the money. Gobanus stands at attention, his posture straightening as Duke Natanleod enters. Wow, it actually read that. Fuck yeah. The pneumonia that had plagued him recently seems to have little effect on his bearing, of fucking course, though a slight pallor remains on his otherwise handsome features. He offers a warm smile that reaches his eyes. My lord, it gladdens my heart to see you returning safely from Londinium. The children have certainly missed your presence. Little Magnila asked after you just yesterday. Can kids speak at 1? Is that a little early? We'll roll with it. He chuckled fondly before his expression turns more serious. The iron mines are indeed beginning to yield promising results. I've stationed additional guards there to ensure operations continue unhindered. This is a very real thing, by the way, folks. This is not just some little offhand comment. In this time period, even up until the late Middle Ages, obviously banditry and stealing of valuable resources like iron was a very big thing. If you owned an iron mine or something like that as like any sort of warlord, you had to actually station a lot of soldiers there. Otherwise it would get raided and it would be like, obviously they wouldn't probably be able to control it, but it could get raided and a bunch of ore stolen and shit like that, which really would hurt, given that those things like that really obviously gave a lot of wealth to these sorts of leaders. So this is actually smart, because he's a very smart man. We cannot afford any disruptions, especially with our treasury as it stands. What news of Riothamus and this grand alliance? The Saxon threat grows bolder with each passing season. During your absence, I received reports of their raids pushing further inland than ever before. If we are to join forces with other lords, we must know what commitments would be expected of Britannia Prime. Automatically, he's got his political brain out, of course. Natanleod let out, or smiled widely at the thoughts of the children. Truly, a blessing from God in these hard times. As his mind began to move towards his wife, he forced it back to the matters at hand with a thoughtful look. And Natanleod grew distant, thinking of his time with Riothamus. The man had been everything he had been told and more. A true force of personality. Even now, after weeks from their meeting, he still held strong belief in the vision laid out. Riothamus spoke at length as to our mutual threat to the east. His lands, though faring better, have seen raids of their own. Every lord, landowner, and man in Britannia has suffered at their hands. The alliance he spoke of, it would be of true purpose: to push back their settlements and bring those lands back under native control, and to come together when future raids and invasions take place. Bold, but needed. He asked me to help him in finding lords to enter into this agreement, as I am sure it will not be easy. Even heathens. Gobanus listens intently, his expression growing more determined with each word, of course. He paced a few steps, the strategic mind of a marshal already working through the implications. A unified response to Saxon aggression is long overdue, my lord. For too long, we fought as separate entities. Will they coordinate their efforts against us? That was actually probably mostly historically kind of true. There was a huge amount of division in Britannia during this time period. The Saxon Jutes saw the rest. Like, they were kind of obviously their own groups and stuff, but they really did work together from at least the history I've read, more so than the locals, so he's probably right about that. He paused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. The challenge will be convincing the other independently minded lords to commit their forces to a cause that may not immediately benefit their lands. Fucking true. Some may fear leaving their own territories vulnerable while defending others. What of the heathens, as you mentioned? His voice lowers slightly. I know your just nature sees wisdom in allying even with those who don't share our faith when facing a common enemy. But have you considered how we might approach someone like Chieftain Pasgin? I have no idea who that is. After our victory at Wigmore? Did it remember that? Oh my gosh. Which victory at Wigmore? Does it remember if that was a real battle, or is the AI hallucinating right now? Any of the Truckonera, if you're here, you're the man who might remember that. Was that an actual battle we fought? What he's essentially saying here, though, is basically like, we've beaten the shit out of a bunch of our neighbors, which is true, and they're not going to want to cooperate with us, and he's absolutely right. That is very fucking true. He may be reluctant, yet his warriors would be valuable allies against the Saxon threat. He coughed slightly, a reminder of his illness, before continuing. And what role does Riothamus envision for you, for us, in this grand alliance? You don't know? That's fair. Well, look where that is. Someone, please remember, if you would. Pasgin, Chieftain Pasgin, and Wigmore. It might be hallucinating, but even if it is, we're just going to take that as being like one of the lords that we recently fought, which is completely fair. Then Leod let out a short grin, unable to hide it, despite the serious nature of their conversation. He had predicted that Gobanus would immediately question the wisdom in working with non-Christians. Not due to any true zealotry, but rather the difficulty of such a thing and the deep divisions it could create. Yet, he knew that the Saxons and all the rest numbered far greater than many realize. The histories and books he had read while younger of Rome's constant dangers from such tribes and peoples could not be understated. To bring a giant like Rome herself to her knees, surely they must expect the worst. I mean that we should seek allies and friends in all places, even those that do not share all of our values. Every soldier who fights under the Alliance's banner increases our odds of success. And there will be many who resent our past as well as the actions of Uther. Not to speak ill of the dead or a great man, Uther's enthusiasm for his beliefs, I suspect, will haunt me, haunt us, the rest of our lives. As for our role, Riothamus views us. I'm going to say us a lot because I really do think Natanleod views Gobanus as essentially co-leader. It's not formal, but I think Gobanus trusts in Natanleod and Natanleod completely trusts in Gobanus. So he views them as basically joint rulers at this point is how I think both of them see this. And I think a lot of people would see it that way. I think it would obviously be a disadvantage in the sense that they would, I think many people looking at Britannia Prima and these two people would view it as like, you know, there's a lot of divisions within the state, right? But in reality, it's the opposite. It makes them much stronger and better. So that's why I'm talking kind of like this, because I think that's how Natanleod and Gobanus would both view this, really, right? Gobanus pays us respect even within that context, but both of us kind of view this as like, you know, they're like consuls, right? Co-consuls. So I think I'm almost certain Natanleod would kind of view as an analogy. Then Riothamus views us as capable after our stabilizing of the realm and overcoming a hard situation. He also, I think, is beginning to truly see me as family. At least, in a sense. The benefit for our people is great. The necessity for Britannia, unquestionable. It would also help if your character's mountainous level of imposter syndrome. True. Very true. Gobanus nods thoughtfully, his eyes reflecting both understanding and concern. He moves closer to Natanleod, lowering his voice as if sharing a confidence between friends rather than, as I said, this is kind of how they view each other now, rather than merely Lord and Marshal. Family ties with Riothamus could indeed prove valuable, my lord. He offers a small smile before continuing in a more serious tone. You speak wisely about necessity. The Saxon threat will consume us all separately if we do not stand together, and yes, Uther's zealous approach to spreading the faith has left scars that will take generations to heal. He sighs, rubbing his temples briefly. This man is very stressed. He's been basically overseeing rebuilding our realm while having pneumonia. Fucking Christ, man. I believe we should approach the pagan lords carefully, perhaps emphasizing the practical benefits of alliance rather than any religious considerations, obviously. Offer them concrete assurances of mutual defense. Show them that unlike previous rulers, you judge by actions, not beliefs. His expression brightens with sudden inspiration. The recent victory in Venta Belgarum has earned you military renown, aka him, but he's being polite. We could host a great feast here in Glevum, inviting potential allies to celebrate our recent victories. It's not dumb. It would give you an opportunity to speak personally with hesitant lords away from the formalities of court politics. What concerns me, however, is whether we have the resources to properly contribute to this alliance. Our treasury, while improving, remains limited. He coughs again, this time more pronounced. Would you have me prepare a full accounting of our military capabilities to determine what we might reasonably offer Riothamus? He really needs a vacation. My God, you're right. Finally, a look of concern. Or came and Leod. And for a moment, he felt a deep, unsettling tinge of fear. His friend's capacity and counsel had become the norm. But his sickness reminded Natanleod just how alone and dangerous situation he would find himself in if Gobanus, God forbid, passed. No, not at all. Riothamus knows we have the men to contribute. That is not the concern. I suspect he hopes us to act more as an ambassador. As for a feast, it does sound to be a good idea. But we lack the funds at present. Perhaps after I make trips to some of these lords and we find ourselves in greener pastures. You clearly need rest, my friends. But before you do, who do you suggest I travel to speak with first? The more we get on our side earlier, the easier this becomes. Determination crosses Gobanus' face as he straightens his posture, clearly unwilling to let his illness appear as weakness, of course. He takes a deep breath to suppress another cough. Brother, are you good? You need to go lie down. Your concern honors me, my lord, but I assure you this affliction will pass. His voice carries the confidence that has served him well on battlefields across Britannia Prima. As for who to approach first, he pauses thoughtfully. I would suggest with Count Sallustius. That's not what? That is true. That's an odd one. He's one of our vassals, though. I don't think that would make sense. I'm going to clarify and get this to be redone. I think the AI thinks that we mean domestically. Redo this message. He refers to foreign leaders, not within our territories. The Grand Alliance is for sovereign dukes, kings, etc. Gobanus nods in understanding, his expression shifting as he realizes the broader scope of Natanleod's diplomatic mission. He moves back to the map, which is like kind of on the table in the middle of the room. It's not going to be a fancy one, but it would kind of give like an outline, perhaps like an older Britanno-Roman one that would have been found. His eyes scan territories beyond their borders. Forgive my misunderstanding, my lord. My external sovereigns, our approach must be different. He traces his figure across the map to neighboring realms. I would recommend smart. No, that's not right, though. It's hallucinating. Wait, is the leader of Domnonia named Vortigern? I don't think it is. I would recommend beginning with Duke Vortigern of Domnonia. Their lands face similar Saxon threats along the southern coast, so the leader of Domnonia, I think that's the wrong name. And their shared Britannia-Roman heritage does serve as common ground. He points to another territory. King Boudic of Armorica, I don't know if that's real, crossed the channel. Interesting. Might also prove receptive. Many of his people fled there from the Saxon raids, so he understands the threat intimately. That's interesting, actually. I hadn't thought about actually going down to Britannia. That's outside of Britannia, but yeah, the AI is hallucinating a little bit here, but like his core like understanding of the geopolitics is actually surprisingly good. So I'm just going to take it on the territories, not the leader names. Gobanus' voice grows thoughtful as he considers the political landscape. For more challenging prospects, perhaps King of, that's Scotland, King Seretic of Altaclut in the north. That'd be a long journey and very hostile peoples, but probably worth doing. His kingdom remains relatively secure, but yeah, behind natural defenses, which might make him hesitant to commit forces elsewhere. However, he's wise enough to see the isolation that won't protect him forever. Goddamn, dude. He suppresses a cough before continuing. I would approach the Hibernian kings with caution. They remain largely untouched by Saxon incursions thus far, but their warriors would be valuable allies, perhaps emphasizing the trading, trading opportunities that would come with a more secure Britannia. And we also now obviously have access to those giant iron mines, which I believe is lacking in Hibernia, so that could be useful as well if we utilize our own trade in these discussions. That's interesting. His eyes be Natanleods with earnest conviction. Whichever ruler you approach first will get the tone, set the tone for others. A single prominent ally could convince the hesitant to join. Exactly. Fucking true. Natanleod considers his words carefully. Gobanus' understanding of politics, in all honesty, far outpaced his first instinct had to been to meet with Vortigern and the Welsh dukes and kings. But his marshal's words held deep wisdom. You make very good points, Gobanus. I must think on this. But whilst I do, you shall return to your wife and bed. I will delay my travels until you recover. In the meantime, I order you to focus solely on recovering your vitality. I trust you may conquer thusly, as you have done time and time before. Hibernia is Ireland. Interesting. Whoa. I thought Hibernia was Scotland. That's my bad. Gobanus opens his mouth as if to protest, but then closes it, a small smile forming on his lips. He bows his head respectfully, though not without a hint of reluctance in his posture. As you command, my lord, though I must confess, the battlefield of illness proves more frustrating than facing iron men. Fuck. He chuckles softly before his expression turns more earnest. Your patience honors me. Ystrwa will be pleased. She has been mixing herbal remedies that I've been too stubborn to take regularly. He takes a step towards the door but pauses, turning back to Natanleod with a thoughtful expression once more. While I recover, perhaps you might consider drafting letters to these potential allies. Words carefully chosen now could prepare the ground for your visits. Bro is playing 3D chess as usual. I would be happy to review them during my convalescent stages. It would give my mind occupation while my body heals. Bro just like cannot stop working. He can't. He's like, listen, dude, I need to be doing some sort of work. So this is a compromise. I get to work and then like rest, but like give me work. Fuck. His eyes reflect genuine concern. This alliance may be our best hope against the Saxon tide. I've seen too many villages burned, too many families displaced not to believe in Riothamus' vision. However ambitious it may be. All right, we'll end there. Good conversation. Now that's interesting. I actually hadn't thought about the South. The Avranches is real. Obviously, Count Vangio does have a complicated history of our family if you watch the first stream. Venetia, I think, would be actually much more interesting. They actually have a lot of soldiers too. Donatus is still alive. He suggested Dumnonia. He suggested Vortigern, who's now dead, so it'd be Tosig. He suggested Hibernia, which is very interesting. I actually personally had not considered Ireland. There's actually maybe some truth there. I would view from a roleplay perspective as going to Hibernia and negotiating with the Irish as very fucking dangerous though, right, folks? That's the thing. The Irish are strong. They're fighting a lot of internal wars. They have a lot of fucking soldiers, my God, right now. But they're very different. This is a time period where the Irish actually raided Britannia, like the Inner Isles, a lot. So that would be very fucking dangerous for us personally to do. He said Alt-Clut, but I'm going to take that to mean probably Serkine, which is like the major country in the north right now. And probably the Isle of Man he would have talked about as well. So Tosig is not a name. That means chieftain. So it would be Brychen, and then Sinult, and then Pedder, which I think he did mention as well. Interesting. I'm going to take a moment, folks. That actually surprisingly actually has made me kind of rethink some of our stuff here. My first instinct is actually to go try and speak with Donatus. We know about our cousin's connection with him, and he might be more open to us due to it. But if we started by getting someone into the Lord's Alliance who was not fucking British, even though Britannia does have Brittany does have a lot of cultural overlap with us, I think that would probably be more of a harm than a help. Getting Dumnonia on our side would be potentially a really good way to actually open the door towards Scotland and Ireland and Wales. Because if we start with a non-Christian in this alliance that we would gotten into things, that could potentially really help with getting them more interested. Given it especially that the majority of the people we want to probably get into the Lord's Alliance are not Christians. And Dumnonia has a complicated but not entirely hostile history with us. This is interesting, huh? Well, as I said, we're not going to go anywhere until he gets better, so I'm going to do a longer pull for us here, folks. So this will be a 5-minute pull. It'll be a first of the big ones. This is a very important pull, by the way. This is going to be about who we seek first. I think Dumnonia has to be on there for sure. I think that's a less really hard one to get potentially could be Powys. That would open the door to Wales. We fucking hate Canorix, so that's I don't think an option. The Gwyned's are a very storied family. They're also Christian. He doesn't like us, but I don't think we would know that. So I will put on Ordovica. I don't think we would start with Scotland. I don't think there's any way that would happen. So I'm going to take that off the table. A lot of people really fucking dislike us. Yeah, the religion issue is just absolutely massive here. I forgot about that. We won't start with him. We might later. Man could be interesting though. I don't think so. I will actually, I think, leave it with, I will add one more, which will be Reged as well. I think the most likely we would be Powys, which would be like Vortigern's son, or Dumnonia. We did make a peace agreement with them and we gave them land. If we gave them assurances we wouldn't try and take it back or something, then we might open that door. So those 3 options. I'll give 5 minutes for this. And in the meantime, as I said, we will not go on any of these journeys until our boy Gobanus is better, or God forbid he dies and we have to figure that out. So, yep. Alrighty. I think Dumnonia is a good potential first ally. Maybe going after someone with smaller Welsh rulers might be better. They're more likely to accept since they are small. It might pressure Dumnonia to join. That is true. I think that's why Powys is probably the smartest choice, to be frank. We've got the connection where his father, Vortigern, explicitly tried to ally with us, though we never did get a meeting with him. And getting a smaller ruler to help with us might like get the ball rolling. He is Christian though, right? So that would open us up to other Christians and would give us a starting point. He has 600 soldiers too. Other smaller, like non-Christian Welsh leader, are they all Christians? Oh my God, they're all Christians. All of Wales is Christian. I did not realize that. I thought that they were not. Yeah, there's still some Gaelic there, but actually all of Wales is Christian. Holy shit, that's interesting. Okay. Huh. Oh yeah, we'll keep the game going. Is there anything we can do to try and help our boy here? Also, I don't know, last session it looked like some of the physician stuff is not wonderful. Marcos is in our retinue now. I think some of the like physician stuff is no longer breaking the game, so I will give Gobanus the chance to like heal from his pneumonia. If after like a year or something he's not better, then I will manually go in and we'll roll a dice and see if he gets better. We can pardon Count Caradog. He's the man who we basically took Glevum back from. His father took Glevum from us. I don't think we're going to forgive him. We can imprison him. That will not work, and we don't want to start a civil war right now, so we'll wait on that. We're running a deficit because of our court tutor, but I stand by that, so... Whoa. Our vassal just took land. Earl Cainforch of the Atrebates family, which is Atrebates family, which is distant relatives of Gobanus. They actually did take Castra Tamesis, which was one of the Saxon territories. So we have taken that. That's huge. The danger there is that gets the invaders to like put their sights on us, but potentially good there. Our lands did expand and we did not have to raise any soldiers for that, which will continue just to improve the prestige of our territories and us by extension. See if we can find a better physician as well. He's excellent. He is our best option at the moment, unfortunately. Yeah, so at the moment, we're just kind of overseeing the realm. We're working with our council. We're not the best, like, overseer, but we actually have a pretty high stewardship, to be fair. So, like, we're working probably on just continuing to train our troops, get them built up, get our levies going higher, and administering our territories. We can't stop wars within our territory. What the fuck is going on right now, though? Count Caradog is currently at war with... Oh, wow, okay. Breakin of Powys, the man we are talking about going to meet. He is invading Powys. God damn it, Caradog. All right. We took Glevum from him. We forced him to become our vassal, and he immediately went to war with Powys. I want to see if we can force him to stop this war. Yeah, we're going to force it. We're going to demand he stops. See if he says yes. Okay. Oh boy, this is gonna get complicated really quick. I have the utmost respect for your wishes. No, you don't. But the die is already cast. I will see this war through to the end. That's not acceptable. Frankly. That is not acceptable. That's not an acceptable response. Fine. You've disobeyed our commands as a vassal. We may not have a super centralized realm, but you do not get to say no to what we want, especially given you were literally just vassalized. We let him retain his lands, though we took back Glevum, and then he acts like this to us. We're going to call for his immediate arrest. The die is cast. Gobanus is ill. We'll have to lead our men ourselves here, folks. He's getting absolutely thrashed as well. Yep, there it is. We're at war now. He said no, so we are going to raise our troops and we're going to march on his holdings, along with Powys, apparently. We also need to move the place we raised them here. Leave them. All right, we will lead our men ourselves, given that Gobanus is sick. Gobanus would be very angry, but we would not allow him to lead the men. We'd have to ask him basically for him to trust us here. And I will raise a war tax, I think. Would we do that? We have the money for now. I won't quite yet. But yeah, we march on him. On Carleon. Unacceptable. Well, folks, we're gonna probably get a total war battle here. I'm sitting around the map table with Brigantia and Gobanus. You better not be. He should be in bed. Absolutely not. Brigantia bangs her fist on the table and loudly proclaims we should charge the enemy directly. No, really? Brigantia, who only is wrathful as a human being, wants to charge? Wow. With the sheer might of our armies, while Gobanus is back and patiently advocates us to secure critical locations and wait for the enemy to come to us. That is so ridiculously accurate. Okay. We'll just talk it out with him. We actually have a pretty high marshal now, so we understand these matters pretty well. I also think given we're on the road right now and we're campaigning, we're going to go ahead and get a beard. If Barbershop doesn't crash our game, that would be wonderful. We'll grow a very small one on the road here, folks. Very small. Very small. We'll see if Frontina hates it or not. We're on the road. We don't have time to get a shave. He won? Did he win that battle? I can't tell who did and who didn't. Our ferret is dying. A martial perk, wonderful. Not plunderer route, I don't think. I think we'd probably be either overseer or gallant. You know what? I haven't done a lot of polls today, so we'll do the second poll of the day, folks. What is our what path are we gonna go for first for our lifestyle? When I commit to it, I'm gonna go all the way down it. I will not metagame this. We'll go all the way to the end before we pick another one. Strategist. Overseer. Gallant. I will not give us the option for plunderer. I do not think that is the type of person he is. 1 minute poll here, folks. If you are on YouTube, just put your answer in the chat and I'll add it to the votes. This will be a little flash poll before we continue here, because I do want to pick this before we continue and take one of these battles here. What are his characteristics? For Natanleod, he is just, temperate, trusting, novice schemer, proactive bureaucrat, turtle-like, dueling enthusiast, artistic, eccentricity, improvident, and a traveler. Oh, we're also knight errant in training. I forgot about that because of our meeting with Brigantia originally. One for gallant, one for overseer there. Gallant is winning. Very close here, though. 2 more for overseers. All right, you'll have to wait a second. I'm gonna have to add up the votes from YouTube here. Oh man, it's tight. Okay. All right, final on YouTube is gonna be gallant at 8, overseer at 7. With YouTube, it's gonna be... Three more for overseer. Overseer will actually win it. It'll end up being 10 to 8. I want to make sure that we have people able to do both. So it'll be overseer. Okay. Serve the crown. Natural dread and control gain. We really need that control gain, to be fair, folks. So that is actually nice. All right, here we go. I want to try and not fight Powys, though. I want to not actually have to fight his soldiers. So we'll let them pass and sack Carleon. Oh, wow. He's got that dog. All right. I'll give respect to this 15-year-old child. He is going pretty hard right now. Like, I respect... Out of roleplay, I do respect this man. Like, goddamn. Respect where it's due. In character, fuck you, you insolent child. We're not going to take the fight in the mountains. He'll have to come back to his holding at some point. He can't hide in Wales forever. We'll just let them attrition his soldiers. You know what we will do is we're going to sack fucking Carleon. That's what we're going to do. Not sack it. We're not the type to just like burn it down, but we're going to take his fort. We're going to take his maidens in the polite Christian sense, of course, not the Saxon sense. And then we are going to force that child to come to heel and figure out what we're going to do with him. He actually won that battle again. Oh my god. What is this kid doing? He's beating the fuck out of Powys and their allies in Mediolanum. Damn. Wait, is that his ally in Marley? He's allied with Carleon. I see. Okay, that makes more sense. Wow, that's a big. Oh God. Okay. We run for Glevum. That's what we do. That's a lot of men. Them's a lot of men, folks. Run. No, Powis had 600 fucking soldiers at the start, folks. They just. Oh, we had another son too. Wonderful. We'll name him after our father, Aurelianus. And we shall give him a learning education. We have a warrior in our son and daughter. We will find ourselves a scholar in our second-born son. Uh-oh. Lack of sheriffs currently in Glevum. That is not good. Trying to get administration back in our lands is proving to be quite difficult here. Nope. We cut them off. No. All right. This may be a bit tougher than I expected here, folks. I fully stand by us choosing to do this in the roleplay, but this actually may be pretty tough. Yeah, he has never lost a battle and he's 15 years old. Yeah, he's kind of a badass. We don't have Gobanus right now either. I mean, I could put him in charge, but like, that would be fucking dangerous. I think, personally. We're just kind of holed up in our fort right now. I want to make them attrition men taking Powis. He already took fucking Powis. Oh my God. Okay. Wow. Child, you need to chill. This has turned into a very interesting political situation, folks. I will say that here. I'm going to focus more on the mechanics of the war for now, but like when we're done with this and we take a step back, there's a lot of really interesting shit is happening that could be really in our favor or really against our favor here. White Peasant? Have you met Gobanus and or Natanleod before? Thank you. A lot they coming. Is Gobanus better yet? Can he lead our men, or is he still sick? He no longer has pneumonia, ladies and gentlemen. Gobanus is healthy once more. Let's fucking go. And on that note, let's W key a little here, I think. It's time to W key, folks. Not a stupid W key, but you know. A feigned retreat. We're gonna do a Seleucid maneuver, or not Seleucids, they weren't the ones who did that. Central Asian tribesman type beat here. Feigned retreat. Oh no, Glevum is unprotected. And they take the baits. So we want to time this such that we get there right before. I'm going to roll a dice really quick and see if we can do this right. So we're going to try and time it so that we hit them like right when they're getting there. I'll roll a 1d20 and see if we actually will time this right, just so I don't abuse mechanics. We will not. We will not time this correctly. So I'll wait till they get there and then we're going to hit them. We're not going to preempt they can get there before, which I think does give us an advantage bonus. All right, we'll arrive one day later. Here we go, folks. Big battle. Gobanus. We got it. That's a lot of men. Gobanus, come on. Oh, God, they have a lot of really good soldiers. We might not win this, folks. They've got a lot of really good men-at-arms. They've got a lot of really good champions, and they've got a pretty solid general. What the fuck is this, man? Captain and Seal. They have... Oh, wow. They have full-on mercenaries. That's what this is. We're causing some struggle for Britannia catalyst to happen here, too. We are, I think, winning. It's close. We've lost a lot of men. They have 2. Come on, boys. We stabilized our currency. That's good. We've got it. We've got the upper hand now. Come on. Gobanus just killed one of their fucking boys or maimed him. Oh, yeah. Uh-oh. Someone else joined him. How has he got all these allies? I do not understand. Chase him down. Follow that army. I don't know where he's retreating to, but we're going to find out. We can call our wife in, but I really want to avoid doing that. We gotta show that we can solve our own problems here. Where is he going? Atrebatia. Okay. I don't know if we catch him. I think we do. Oh dear God, who the fuck is that? The Avranch? Pause. What the fuck is this? Another fucking Saxon war party. 6,000 strong. We do not have the time to be dealing with this shit. We need to get... Oh boy. Oh no, are they attacking Riothamus? Oh fuck. Oh no. Riothamus is being invaded right now by the Saxons. They're full on invading Ostfalen. They're full on invading Londinium. He has 1,700 soldiers against fucking 6,000. What the fuck? It's winter. I bet they don't attrition though. Jesus, man. We gotta end this war. Oh man, I don't even know. Oh man, let me think here. Frisia's expanded even more. We're pretty desperate right now. Holy fuck. Oh my god. Okay. One second, folks. As a human being playing this game, I have to take a minute just to center myself here, because otherwise I'm going to keep going and start making bad decisions. So I'm going to take a second here and just consider the situation, both from technicals and roleplay, because this is a lot of very important shit's happening all at once, as always in these grand campaigns. Let me think here. All right, we can't stop them. So I think what we do right now is we end this fucking war. We use the lands of Powys as a negotiating piece to try and get one of the Welsh kings into the Grand Alliance with a lot of soldiers. We immediately go and try and meet with Domnonia and with Reged. I'll probably send Gobanus to one and we'll go to the other. We're kind of in desperate mode here. And if we can get a couple of them on our sides, I'm going to do a save edit and bring them all into the war to try and save Riothamus. There's a ticking clock here, folks, so we need to make this happen very fast. There is, I think the way that we'd approach this is we need to do what he said. We need the Grand Alliance. We know he'll fall. We know even with Gobanus, we can't kill the Saxon army. So we need to end the war. We need to take Powys. We need to just use it as a bargaining chip to try and get an ally in Wales. Use the force and dominoing of that, hopefully, to get Reged and Domnonia or another couple big, large military forces on our side, and we need to bring them all at once to go help Riothamus. If he holds out long enough, we might save him. If Londinium falls, we give him sanctuary in Britannia Prima, and we keep building up the alliance with his aid. That's the play. Oh boy. Yikes. Let's cut our court tutor. We don't have the money for him. Sorry, kids. You're going to speak Latin a little bit worse, but on the other hand, you might be alive, so there is that. Shouldn't you roll to know about the Saxon army? There are 6,000 of them. We are within range of Londinium. I'll roll it, but it's only gonna be a 1. We don't know about it. Riothamus would have sent a messenger. We would have heard about it. 6,000 Saxons don't walk through Britannia, and you don't hear about it very quickly. If it was a smaller force, I'd consider it differently. But this is the largest like foreign invasion that's happened probably since like in a cool minute, right? So yeah, we rolled an 18. We're fine. We know all about it. We got a letter from Riothamus outlining what happened. I'm gonna basically say in the letter, Riothamus has told us not to come to his aid, keep his men, deal with his problems, and he's telling us like you need to go make allies fast and try and get them here. If you can't, I understand, but like that's what you need. That's what you need to do right now. So kind of, I'd say the letter would almost be like giving us orders, but it would be more friendly and like, listen, dude, if you don't do this, I'm done. And that is what it is, but like, if you want to help, that's what you gotta do. So Carleon's siege will take a while. That's the problem here. I'm gonna put Gobanus is in charge. We're gonna immediately head for one of the other lords. Fuck it, we ball. We'll head to Dumnonia. We don't have time to wait, unfortunately. I would normally, but we absolutely cannot be doing that. We don't have money for guards either, so... Oh god, it's gonna take half our treasury just to get there. Check what the war is for. That's a good idea, actually. It should be an invasion. Yeah, it's the Duchy of London, so they'll take everything. I think he might keep like 1 or 2 provinces. Yeah, they're gonna take everything. Theodoges Adalgarel Sunu of Ostfalen, a Saxon of the Chelsea dynasty. He's kind of a badass, not gonna lie. So is his wife. All right. Gobanus is gonna siege out Carleon. We are headed to Dumnonia. Uh-oh. As you journey through the forests of Wessex, you come across a rare sight. A Glastonbury thorn tree in full bloom. This is unusual, as these trees are known to flower only around Christmas, and it's currently just after. The Glastonbury thorn is said to have sprouted from the staff of Joseph of Arimathea, who is said to have visited Glastonbury with the Holy Grail. This unexpected bloom is seen by your party as a sign of good fortune. Your run must suggest that you should celebrate this auspicious occurrence, as long as it doesn't cost money, yes. Yeah, good omen. Good omen. We fucking need it. Riothamus, you better hold. He lost 200 soldiers, but he still has most of his army left. Oh, nice. Octavia is our ward. She's that, like, wolf child we adopted. Though nobody ever dared to dream it, it appears that there's been a breakthrough in Octavia's development. Once a simple child cradled by none but feral beasts, this girl is at last showing progress. She speaks in complete sentences and plays with other children her age, as if she had always been one. Today, after our usual lessons, she even asked me to be her father. Oh, that's nice. Oh, yeah. We'd be very happy about that. Hell yeah. Learning lifestyle. Nice. Let's shave before we meet with him as well. I think that's very needed. Actually, hold on. In Celtic culture, were beards, does anyone know, I don't know if this is even something known about their culture since so little is, were beards considered to be a good or a bad thing? Because in a lot of cultures throughout history, like a beard versus being clean shaven would mean very different things, especially like, you know, for leaders and men, right, and soldiers. Off the top of anyone's head, is that like a thing? Like, because we'd be aware of it at the time. I would assume things like that aren't known for it. I know mustaches are like the typical thing you think of from like that, but who knows how much of that's just, you know, completely inaccurate. Hold on. I must consult ChatGPT for just a moment, because I am curious about this. Beards versus clean shaven. Culturally significant to the Celts and Picts. Or is it simply not known? So much of their culture and history is just completely unknown, right? So there might not be anything about it, but I'm gonna look it up just because I'm curious. Hold on, I'll have to move this over, folks. There we go. Quirk Church says shaved is dishonorable. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. There is a lot of cultures who do have those sorts of beliefs. There's no firm evidence about facial hair for religious or other reasons. Some classical sources from the Greeks and Roman writers do mention Celts or Northern Britons sporting impressive mustaches or beards, but their observations often were secondhand and driven by Romans' fascination with quote-unquote barbarian appearances, so very tough to say. There are bearded figures in Celtic art, but there's no cultural attachments currently known. Yeah, so we wouldn't know. So we'll just keep it. We will keep it. Alrighty, folks. We need this one. We're almost there. How's the siege going in Glevum? Slow. 7 months. As you traverse the rolling hills of Cornwall, the raucous sound of cheering draws your attention. You come upon a lively gathering of locals encircled around 2 burly men engaged in a Cornish wrestling match. Isn't that a real sport? This ancient sport, also known as wrestling, I hope that's real, is a test of strength and skill, where competitors attempt to throw their opponent to the ground. Shaturnus, fantastic name, a hefty man with a broad smile notices your party and invites you to participate. He explains that it's a tradition in these parts for travelers to test their mettle against the local champions. You could have Hieronymus, the strongest in your party, represent you in the ring. However, the Cornish are known for their strength and it is a risky proposition. Yeah, sure, why not? We'll just watch, and I guess we'll get Hieronymus to do it. Hell yeah, we learned a bit about wrestling. Alrighty, folks, here we go. We need this one. He doesn't like us either, remember. The Cornwall is also the people that after we gave them the peace treaty, we gave them land to get them to not, like, in the war. They, after getting that, like, left a bunch of, like, bent swords on the border, like, stones marking, like, our lands from theirs, which is a big sign of disrespect. So, previously, this man does not put any respect on our name. Now, I will say that was before we just, like, beat the shit out of everyone else and, like, established ourselves as, like, to be honest, a solid military power. So they might view us a bit different now. So this will be very interesting. He's also ailing. So his son, who actually likes us a bit more, is gonna be in charge soon. All right, so this man, before we get into this, let's see who he is really quickly. Compassionate, nice. Patient, ambitious. This very solid leader, not gonna lie. Novice erudite, so he likes learning, but he's not very good at it. Holavati, he's very strong. Bro works out at 88 years old. He is fucking ancient, folks. For this time period, this man is like almost mythically old. Scholar, harmonious paragon, fosters harmony and unity within the realm. Wolf-like demeanor, loyal but very harsh. Likes, I guess his court, spends a lot of time focusing on his family life and stuff. He's just bored constantly, apparently. Pretty competent guy, I guess. And he's wounded currently, too. So, alrighty. This would obviously be the throne room. Alrighty. This trip will be Natanleod's first journey to speak with another lord in Britannia about the Grand King's Alliance. The political pact envisioned by King Riothamus of Londinium, who is currently, this would be known to this guy too as well, who's currently fighting off a massive Saxon invasion and will likely fall without support. Cornwall would know about this, and likely that given our family, we are here to speak about this matter. In the past, Cornwall invaded Britannia Prima, and we gave them land to peace. They followed this. I'll make sure the AI knows this. They followed this by leaving bent swords by the new border stones, a sign of deep cultural disrespect. Though it was before we beat the odds and won back all our territory except what they still own. Entering the large stony hillside hall surrounded by a impressive stone fortification, Natanleod was given the honor to keep his sword at his side. Though, in truth, this felt more like an irony, given he had been allowed only one of his men to come with him. The throne room, to use the term lightly, of, what's this man's name again? Of the ruling king, was fairly impressive. Though after seeing Riothamus's, I'm gonna say palace, I think that's what it would be, in Londinium, it paled in comparison. Let me get some better music going on here too. You can't see the window? Gotcha. Play some fitting music to kind of represent the current events going on in the world. If it's too loud, let me know, folks, because it will be very aggressive. With a very slight but respectful bow of his head, and Natanleod gave the man an appraising look. Well met. I am, as you know, Natanleod, son, actually, Natanleod Constantinus Britannicus, successor of, we're going to try and wow him a little bit here. We're going to fail, but we might as well. Uther Pendragon, descendant of Constantine. I think that was his name, right? I gave him a nickname before. I forget what it was. Constantine, not the pretender. Constantine, the man who would have been emperor. I have traveled far and fast. The tides of history are upon us. This man's fairly learned, or believes himself to be very learned, and I think we probably would know that about him. Let me do a quick dice here. Yeah, we know that about him. We know that he sees himself as a very learned man. As you know, the Isles have had many an invader approach its shores. For our lands are rich, and our people to compare of any other. I am not of pure ancient blood as you and your people, but I value my ancestry. Thus, as much as that of the Romans. In the east, Londinium teeters on the precipice. I'll spell it. Precipice of annihilation. King Riothamus, a man who needs no Introduction. Fights an impossible battle. I hear 6,000 men descend upon him. These lands are not yours, nor mine. But I hope you have the wisdom. This would be going through a translator, by the way, to him, because we do not speak Brythonic. You have the wisdom to know that your lands will not be free from these war bands forever. Riothamus has proposed a grand alliance whereby the rulers of Britannia, regardless of creed and culture, will come together to push back these invaders. I had planned to come here under better circumstances, but the Saxons do not wait for our fates. Vringintid Tudwal. Apologies, I'm going to butcher all these names. Sits upright in his modest throne, a structure of carved oak rather than gold or marble, watching Duke Natanleod with calculating eyes. His long white beard, still maintaining traces of its original red hue, cascades down his chest. Despite his advanced age, his gaze remains sharp and attentive. I see the grandson of Constantine has graced my hall with his presence. You speak well of unity now, Duke Natanleod, when the Saxon blade presses against Londinium's throat. Those bent swords by our border stones were not placed by my hand, but I did not remove them either. A reminder of old wounds that have not fully healed between our peoples. The Saxon threat is real, I grant you that much. My scouts report the same numbers you speak of. 6,000 warriors hungry for our lands. Riothamus fights a losing battle, and when Londinium falls, the tide will indeed sweep westward. But tell me, what guarantees does this grand alliance offer Dumnonia? My people remember how quickly Roman promises turned to Roman demands in generations past. I am empathetic to the plight of Britons everywhere, but I am also patient enough to consider all past before committing my men to die on foreign lands. Fair. Natanleod nods, knowing well that he spoke truth. Rome had broken many promises, despite its glory and civilization. It held no moral grounds on contract, to be sure. True-blooded Britons would never forget. Aye. Promises are just words. Actions, when in good faith, drown out the sound of anything else. Riothamus proposed two things for the Grand Alliance. To push out the Saxons, who grow in numbers to the east, and to come to one another's aid in good times, or in bad times. Good. Assurances. Not an easy prospect. For it is not you who face destruction. At least yet. All right, folks, we do have low diplomacy here, so I'm thinking about how to do this in a realistic manner. Let's start with a not diplomatic choice here. Of my own account, I have honored my word when you were given dominion over the lands of my nation. We have not sought to take it back, though of all other lost territories, they now are ruled by my family and name once more. That could be taken very badly, but low diplo, so I will start with that. As for direct insurances, did this guy live for the rule of Romans? Yes. Yep. So Britain, by the, like, when he was born, would not, like, be directly under Roman rule, but a lot of Britain culture, like, British, like, ex-leaders would, like, kind of dominate it, and Western Rome would still be around. So he would have lived to see the fall of Rome in full time, basically. He's 88. He's fucking old. He's a learned man. We would know that, or at least perceive himself to be. Since I can give no concrete assurances beside my word, and that's of Riothamus, I will appeal to your knowledge of history and the world that burns before us. Gaul, Italia, Iberia, lands of Roman civilization, now ruined. Trade that once gave our shores wealth and took our resources, vanishing by the year. I know your lands to be rich. I do not doubt you feel the loss. Where is the future for your family? To hide in your distant peninsula? You do not have the mountains of Wales or Scotland to defend you. You do not have the power of Western Rome to give safety. My assurance will be the stability that may come of such an alliance if it proves successful. So this is not the worst pitch ever, but it's not a great one either. So I wanted to try and give him like a reasonable reason to go with us, but like put it a little too bluntly and a little too like ham-fisted enough that he'd have very good reason to get offended and not go for this. So I think this is a little balanced. So now it just comes down to the AI. Tueswell listens intently, his weathered hands resting on the carved arms of his throat. Okay, he liked that. The old king's eyes narrow slightly at the mention of his peninsula's vulnerability, a point he cannot deny. After a thoughtful silence, he rises slowly from his seat, his tall frame still impressive despite his years, and walks towards a large map of Britannia etched into the stone wall of his hull. That's cool as fuck. You speak truth about our position, Duke Natanleod. The mountains of Wales do not shield us, nor do we have Rome's legions at our call. Trade dwindles with each passing season as the old world crumbles. My merchants return with less each year, and my coffers feel the strain, but they remain adequate, at least for now. I have watched the Saxon tide rise for decades. I did not live to see 88 winters by being blind to threats or opportunities. Okay, he's kind of badass, I'm gonna be honest. This grand alliance you speak of, it has merit, I will not deny it. But I must ask, what would Riothamus expect of Dumnonia specifically? How many men? What resources? My people are warriors, but we are not numberless. He traces a gnarled finger across the coastline of his kingdom on the map and looks back at Natanleod with a calculating expression. And what of leadership? Will Riothamus command all our forces as High King? Or will this be a council of equals? I'm ambitious for my people's future, Duke Natanleod, but I will not sacrifice their sovereignty lightly, even in the face of Saxon steel. Fair. Fuck. Boy be negotiating well. Alrighty. Oh, okay. Natanleod? I'm surprised. That's... The old man had such perspective left in him. 88 winters. Such a number. He was ancient. And in that moment, seeing the intense eyes peering deeply, almost into his soul, he realized that he was speaking to a much different man than he had expected. We need men. Capable warriors who will fight and, yes, die for the security of our isles. I know your people to be great warriors. My own nation has seen what happens when you march to war. Riothamus does not expect to be High King, though he is my family. If he tried to take a crown and rule my lands and yours, I would ride with you against him. For he would not be the man I met and like to think I am beginning to know. People surprise us, just as you have. If I can be frank, there is no idling old man ruling your lands, but a capable leader who is winning the war against time. We need your army. But if you march at our side, as we do with yours, you would choose what your men do. Though I hope you understand the need for mutual agreements on military strategy. Tubal's weathered face cracks into a slight smile the first since Natanleod entered the hall. He walks back towards his throne, but doesn't sit, instead standing before it with his hands clasped behind his back. The afternoon light streams through the high windows, illuminating the dust motes dancing around his tall figure. You flatter an old man, Duke Natanleod, but your assessment is correct. Time and I have been locked in combat for decades, and I have not yielded ground easily. The same can be said for how I protect my kingdom. I appreciate your candor about Riothamus. A council of equals suits me better than bending knee to another High King. My warriors number nearly 2,000, not the largest force in Britannia, but they are well trained and fiercely loyal. I could commit perhaps half their number to the alliance without leaving my own borders vulnerable. He pauses, studying Natanleod's face carefully. There is wisdom in what you propose. The Saxons will not stop in Londinium. They are like wolves. Once they taste blood, the pack grows bolder. I've seen enough of history to know isolated kingdoms fall one by one. Perhaps together we stand a better chance. I will consider joining this alliance, but I require one thing. A formal, there it is, I knew it would come. A formal recognition of Domnonia's current borders as permanent. The lands we took from Britannia Prima shall remain ours without future contest. Put that in writing, and I believe we can move forward as allies against the Saxon threat. I'm gonna keep it 100. I really hope this wouldn't come up, because I want to go beat the fuck out of his child and take that land back. Because we're also the type of person who, if we do something like this, would recognize it, and we'd expect our children to. And whether they do or not is based on their character, right? But if we have moral leaders in the future, they would respect this, right? So I was really hoping he wouldn't do this out of roleplay. But this man's a smart little fucker, so that's not happening. But I think already Natanleod would have probably expected this to come up, and he would have been willing to do it, right? So letting out a mental sigh, having hoped this would not come up, Natanleod gives an almost imperceptible nod to himself, resigning the future of his dynasty and lands to the necessity of his time. So be it. Briganton Tootball. I think Briganton is a title, I'm not sure. I will put my name, seal, and family honor behind such an acknowledgement. These lands will be yours in perpetuity. However, I do request. Now we've got 4 Diplo. I was gonna say we request that this, like, the contract be dependent on you, like, actually doing what you say in the Lord's Alliance, but at 4 or 5 Diplo, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna skip that. Briganton Tudwell's eyes widened slightly, clearly surprised by Natanleod's ready acquiescence. He had expected haggling, conditions, perhaps even we got prestige from this? Well, that's cool. Perhaps even outright refusal. The old king studies the Duke's face for any sign of deception, but finds only grim determination there. Fucking accurate. After a moment, he extends his hand in the Roman manner. Then we have an accord, Duke Natanleod. I did not expect such a swift agreement. Perhaps I have misjudged you. Your willingness to secure this alliance speaks to the gravity of our shared predicament. I shall commit 1,000 of my warriors to this grand alliance, and they will march when called, under my generals, but in coordination with the alliance's strategy. He turns and gestures to a servant who brings forth wine and 2 ornate cups of local craftsmanship. Let us seal this pact properly. Tonight, you shall be my honored guest, and tomorrow we shall draft the formal documents of our agreement. The Saxons will find Britannia not so easily conquered, but her people stand as one. Perhaps old wounds between our houses may finally begin to heal in the face of this greater threat. Fucking okay, wow. All right. Oh, there it is, folks. Damn. Damn. God damn. We needed that so bad. That's a big price, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to pay for this. As I said, this was a full-on roleplay campaign. And our house is going to probably try and retain, like, its honor, right? So, unless we get, like, an absolute piece of shit later, we will honor this. So, this is a big deal. But it's worth it, unfortunately. Alrighty. this is a good chance for me to go ahead and take a break. I've been streaming for 3 hours. I know that an hour of that was me ranting and fixing things, but I'm going to go take a short break, grab some more water, get a little snack, and then we're going to continue. Folks, this is a really big deal. We needed this so fucking badly. I cannot even begin to describe to you how much we needed this. So that's a high cost. We will permanently be losing Acquies Solus, which is a very valuable piece of land, folks. That's very valuable. It's more valuable than I think any of our current pieces of land. But we will have his aid, and Riothamus' chances of survival just went up. So when we get back, we're going to finish the siege under Gobanus. We ourselves will be traveling probably north to Riget, I think, was where we're going to head to next. Or maybe Ordovica. I think we'll probably go to Vof. And then we hopefully will get enough people on our side to save Riothamus, who has lost half his soldiers and now only stands with 1,000 remaining against the invasion of Theodosius has fallen as the Saxons continue to push back the Britannians. I'll be right back, and we will continue with the second Grand Campaign. here. Okay, so now that this is done with, let's just take a moment here before we continue. So I did see that message, by the way. So you're suggesting that basically if we get the Grand Alliance, we edit like all these nations into a confederation? Very briefly, because that is an intriguing idea. Explain to me mechanically how that would work, because I'm not too, at least perhaps I'm misremembering the name of it. But what that would look like from like the gameplay mechanic perspective and stuff, because I could see something like that happening. It would just have to make sense in the context of like, I mean, if it was too centralized and like the leader had too much authority, I don't think that would make sense, but like it is interesting, so I am curious. Kimber's mastered the understanding, so incredibly still it. France won't kill them. True, they should not still be alive. Oh, because it's the Merovingians as well. That's what it is. They're allied together. So yeah, the king of Francia, is it like his brother or cousin? They're related. That's why they haven't been conquered, which is really funny. Let's take a look around the world real quick as well. See if there's anything else that's happened while we've been dealing with all of this. Francia's gotten a bit bigger. Bohemia's expanded, I think, more. The Visigoths have gotten a bit bigger again, which is nice. Vandals are almost gone. Rome, I think, has grown a little bit in Croatia. I might be wrong about that, but I think they have grown a little bit. Nothing else really too big besides that has happened from the looks of things. Not particularly. So. Ostrogoths are Aryan. Oh my god, you're right. Oh wow. Did they not start Aryan? No, they did not. Whoa, what? Okay. That's interesting as fuck. Create a kingdom of Britannia, give it to Riothamus, and add the Saxon election law so you would vote on rulers. I see. But the thing is, like in the roleplay, folks, this Grand Alliance is not like that. Riothamus will not be like the king or anything like that. The way I imagine, based on his character, it would be, is it would just be like a council of all these lords coming together, and then like basically someone would be chosen as the war leader. It would only work in the military setting, nothing else. No taxes, no diplomacy stuff. It'd just be purely just for like during the war situation, right? So I don't know if that would make sense. All right, I'm gonna have to do a little bit of like Wikipedia reading for us real quick because I need to understand Arianism better. I actually have not done so. So 1 second. Arianism. Let's see. Arianism is a Christological doctrine which rejects the traditional notion of the Trinity and considers Jesus to be a creation of God and therefore distinct from God as opposed to one of his aspects. It is named after its proponent Arius, so kind of similar to Pelagius, I guess. Is considered heretical by most modern branches, obviously. It is held by a minority of modern denominations. It's actually still around. It's first attributed to Arius, who lived from AD 256 to 236, so around 200 years ago. A Christian proselytizer, who preached and studied in Alexandria, Egypt, which was a big center for Christianity for a while there in its heyday. Although it developed out of various pre-existing strands of Christianity that differed from later Nicene Christianity and their views of Christology. Arian theology holds that Jesus Christ is the Son of God, who was begotten by God the Father, with the difference that the Son of God did not always exist, but was made before time by God the Father. Therefore, Jesus was not co-eternal with God the Father, but nonetheless, Jesus began to exist outside time. Arius's Trinitarian theology later gave an extreme form by Aetius and his disciple Eunomius, called Anomian. Asserts it's totally dissimilar between the Son and the Father. Okay, so is that like the big difference? It looks like it is. Arius's basic premise is that only God is independent of his existence. Since the Son is dependent, he must therefore be called a creature. Arians put forward a question for their belief. Has God birthed Jesus willingly or unwillingly? That's actually interesting. This question was used to argue that Jesus is dependent for his existence, since Jesus exists only because God wants him to exist. Arianism taught that the logos, or like the rationale, was a divine being by God the Father before the world's creation. Oh no, this is logos, not in the... This is the Christian logos, which is different. His name or title for Jesus Christ. Really? Seen as the pre-existent second person in the Trinity. I was thinking logos in the philosophical and like Greek sense. Serving as the medium for creation, and that the Son of God is subordinate to the Father. The concept that a logos refers to the inner attribute of God associated with wisdom. Jesus is identified as the logos due to a supposed resemblance to his inner aspect of God's nature. This is much more nuanced than I expected. A verse from Proverbs was used according to Arianism. The creation of the Son by God, the Lord creates me at the beginning of his work. Therefore, they posited, the Son was rather the very first and most perfect of God's creatures, and he was called God only by the Father's permission and power. Yeah, so again, just kind of breaking the Trinity and tri-aspect of God. Rejected Trinity. Okay. Any other big differences? Principally, the dispute between Trinarianism and Arianism was about two questions, and we'll end here. He was the Son. Has the Son always existed eternally with the Father, or was the Son begotten at a certain time in the past? And then, is the Son equal to the Father or subordinate to the Father? Okay, interesting. I did not know that. The more you know. Huh. Alrighty. Well, the Vatican is Arian, folks. So just, I want to underline that really quickly. Is the Pope? No, the Pope's still Chalcedonian, folks. I think that's the Pope, right? Should be. He's infirm as fuck. Bear with me. This is actually very important. Yeah, that's the Pope. He is still Chalcedonian, but the Ostrogoths are Arian, so I don't know how long that will last. Theodoricus. Damn. Okay. Any other major religious differences? Because that's pretty big. Yakutian, that's just traditional African belief there. Arianism's in North Africa. Donatism has appeared in Tunisia, which is another Christian aspect. Donatism was a Christian sect leading to a schism in the pre-Great Schism Christian church in the region of Carthage in the 4th to 6th century AD. Donatists argued that Christian clergy must be faultless, for their ministry to be effective and their prayers and sacraments to be valid. As in, like, they actually forced their monks and priests to be holy, or they can't commit sins so they can do whatever they want. Interesting. Okay. Chalcedonian is still going very strong in the Eastern Roman Empire. Yeah, that's the big one, though. That is a pretty big deal, though. Paris changed religions. Yes, it did. Jovianism. By the way, this is one of the player dynasties. He did not start as a Jovian, though. Another Christian off-branch, Jovianism. Though restraint is admirable, extreme asceticism are heretical practices of the arrogant. The faithful should focus less on distinctions between sinful and more sinful, virtuous and more virtuous, celibate and married, ascetic and non-ascetic, and instead focus on keeping a pure heart as they do good works to the glory of God. That player dynasty might get fucking murdered, but yeah, they converted. Tyrannic is around. This Druidic of faith still left. Saxon. Wow, yeah, the religious evolution in this timeline is already getting pretty interesting, isn't it? My gosh. If we end up getting an Arian Pope, that'd be fucking crazy. Well, Theodoric is able to actually keep Arianism, like, as their religion, though. His son, who's his heir is his daughter. No way. Theo de Gotha is his daughter. She's also an Arian. Is that his only daughter? Yeah, he has two daughters. They're both Aryans. Huh. Okay. Well, yeah, that's the overall picture. And then cultures, anything interesting happening? I haven't done a good look around in a while. Not particularly. Basque is still going strong. You'd love to see that. All right, back into things here. So now that we have successfully created the beginnings of the Grand Alliance, the question is, will it be too little too late? We have gotten Tudwal onto our side. Now keep in mind, he may die and his son may not honor that agreement because his son is lazy, arbitrary, and callous, ladies and gentlemen. I really want to underline this. This boy here might not give a fuck. He might just say, no, I'm good. That was my father's agreement. I'm not going to do that. So the question is, can Tudwal hang on long enough? He is currently ailing, so that's a big factor in all of this, but we haven't gotten that agreement, so that's huge. Our next big priority for Natanleod is to travel and try and get another major Britannic lord into this alliance. We're coming now with Riothamus, with Ust and Gobanus at the head of our armies, who's obviously very well known at this point, and we now have Dumnonia support, so it's not like this is just an idea. It is a real thing now. The King's Alliance is a very real entity. It's not strong enough to fight back the Saxons at present, but it does give a lot more validity to our cause, given that we actually have some solid military forces inside of it now, right? So the question is where we would go next. And this is not an easy question to answer. If we win this war and take the lands of that child, what's his name? Caradog, we can use the land of Powys potentially as a bargaining chip to get one of the big Welsh leaders onto our side, or we can just keep it, right? That's an option. The question is who we want to go after next. That's a hard fucking question to answer. I'm thinking probably Regan, but they really don't like us. He's got a holy order on his side? Damn. Okay. This is the guy in Wales we probably would want to talk to. Mercenary Society's got a lot of really good light footmen and pretty good levies. I think he'd probably be more... I'm going to do a roll here and see if we actually get a good gauge of these guys' military strength. So a note here, folks. Obviously, we can see all these stats and stuff when we play the game, but obviously our character doesn't know this stuff for sure. So I'm going to do a roll for Wales right now and see if we actually have a good understanding of who is militarily strong enough. Reputation will exist, but we won't know for certain. So I'm going to roll a 1d20, and the higher it is, the more accurate our understanding of this is. So 1 second. We got a 16, so it's not perfect, but it's very good. We have a pretty good understanding, not exact numbers, but we definitely know who's like kind of like the larger players militarily. So we know that it's either going to be Londinium or it's going to be Ordovica. So they're both Chalcedonians. Ordovica is Britanno-Roman, so we do have a common cultural heritage there. Both Cadwallon. I think, wasn't he a real person historically too? Zealous, wrathful, and fickle. That he's not. We're Pelagian, right? So that is probably not going to end well. I'm thinking we go after Ergol. He's currently fighting a war, though. Yeah, he's just straight up attacking him. They have less soldiers, too. Oh, you know what we could do here? Hold on, let me turn the music down a little bit. What we could do here is we could wait before we head up there. And I know time is so valuable for us right now. But if we could end this war here first and get out of it, we could offer him our troops to help him end his war and get this territory. We wouldn't have to give up Powys, and in exchange, we'd get him to join the King's Alliance. That is a potential play we could do here. Because right now, he has less soldiers. that does require us to actually end this war is the problem. I don't want to wait 7 months. So I think we get Gobanus to take the fight to them. Let's do it. Take this battle here. We should win this handily. Cardog is going to come with his men as well, but I think they'll get there late enough. We should get a total rout here. This might end the war straight off the bat, even if we don't get a prisoner. Uh-oh. We're on our way home right now. This is all Gobanus in the north. A wandering bard in Cornwall. As you journey through the dense forest of Cornwall, you hear a melody that seems to be carried by the wind. Following the sound, you come across a wandering bard, Catalus, strumming an ancient harp. He offers to recite a poem in the ancient Cornish language, a tongue as old as the hills around you. The bard explains that the poem tells the tale of Tristan and Iseult, a tragic love story rooted in Cornish folklore. Sure, why not? Nice. We enjoyed it. We're in a hurry, though. All right, back to the battle. We seem to be doing very good here. We have the upper hand already. They are going to get in here at the last minute, but I think we still do carry the day here. We do have a lot of quality with the competencies of Uther's, what do we call them? Uther's Guard, right? They're really carrying these battles for us. I understand where you're coming from, Mina Man, but he has like 500, 600 soldiers with his allies raiding our lands and sacking our towns at this point, so we can't just ignore that. Traveling through the sometimes harsh environments has invigorated effects on at least my state of mind and vigor. As I glance over at Longinus, our physician, however, he does not appear to be doing quite as well. His movement is labored, his breathing heavy, and spontaneous bursts of coughing ripple through his body. Clearly, he is not well. We can try and heal our physician. We do not have 3 weeks to wait for him, so we're going to try and heal him, and we're going to keep going. He might get pneumonia, though. And we cured him. Wonderful. And he is now our friend. We did, I guess, save his life if he was potentially getting pneumonia. All right, back in Glevum. Took the battle. The battle's still not over. The war's still not over, I should say. All right, we're going to travel to meet with him, and we will make that proposal. We'll offer to send our soldiers to help him win the war if he does this. We don't have the money to keep traveling, though. That's the other problem here. Yikes. Guess we have to raise war taxes. Is there any other way we can get some money here? I don't think so. That's unfortunate. Yeah, we are really running into a crisis now economically. That's the problem. Yeah, winning a siege would give us money, but they take so long because we don't have siege weapons. If we wait those 7 months, Riothamus will fall. Yeah, he's already down to 600 men. Fuck. He's on the move, so we can't talk to him. It's just we do not have the time we need to get this group forming. I think Londinium does fall here, folks. I don't think we can do this in time. Not to be a doomer here or anything, but I just don't see a way we do this quick enough. Right, we'll head north to Riga then and wait for this to play out, because I think you're right. We probably won't be able to talk to him. So we'll go talk to Chieftain Gwurst, who really doesn't like us. So I don't expect this to go well, but he's very influential, very powerful, so we'll go talk to him. We need money. All right, I will do... That will fuck our army over here. Huh. Maybe raising a war tax. I think we kind of need to give it a shot here. It's an act of tyranny. Yeah, we wouldn't do that. Need a small army as a commander to travel. We need those troops for a siege, though, is the problem. But I'm just going to give us 10 gold here. This is one situation I am going to just use and edit, so it doesn't fuck us over here. I'll just give us literally 10. It's cash, right? Cash 10. There we go. We'll still keep hemorrhaging money. I won't save us from that, but I'll give us enough that we can like maintain what we have and still go travel. And the game is right. Traveling does cost a lot, but if you play CK3, you know very well that like the prices for a lot of events and like travel and all this other stuff, it doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, given that obviously traveling up here is going to cost like half or like a third of the cost of building an entire like market settlement in Glevum. I don't know about that, so I will do this. All right, we'll head north. No protection though. All right, we are in a regency, and given that Gobanus is leading men, it's going to be Earl Rune, who's the one vassal I will say I wouldn't say trust to be a good regent, but I don't think he's going to actively just like fuck over everything. All right, we will take the siege. We don't really have a choice here. I'm not going to be able to chase down that army because we don't have light horsemen men-at-arms, so we'll let the siege happen. Hopefully we get some money from that as well, and then we will go do our meeting here. Food gone bad. While traveling on the road to Euroconian, we discovered to our horror that a number of our food supplies has gone bad. It appears earlier in our trip, the food got mixed with a lot of water by accident and is now rather moldy. There aren't any settlements nearby, so we need to forage and hunt for some food to hold us over. We do not have time for this, though this will waste time. On the other hand, perhaps we can tough it out. Fuck. No, we're not doing that. We'll take the time. God damn it. It's over a week. Oh no. His army got routed. If this fails, I think we might just end this war. And like, I'm going to edit it so us and Cornwall enter the war and try to help Duke Riothamus. We kind of got to do a Hail Mary here. So after this trip, we go in kind of regardless. How long does he have left? It's going to automatically finish. God damn it. That should not be a thing. Oh no, our wife's gonna lose her land too. Wars in CK3 do annoy me a lot. There's a lot of times where it makes no sense for a peace to happen in a war and it will just like fire right. I think if he took Londinium, then yes, but before then. So I think this war is done. I'll let it go. Oh no. Riothamus, you Chad. He's running in with actually 300 men to try and stop them. Where have I heard that one before? Fuck. We gotta watch this. Just to honor this man. Our ferret died. Okay, so I guess London got taken, but he's still in charge of the rest of his lands. So only Londinium got taken there, folks. Londinium has been sacked completely, and it is now owned by Theodoges. But it is Riothamus is still around with his 160 soldiers. He is around. But London has been sacked, and its remnants is being built into, obviously, I think Saxon? Yeah, Saxon city. So that would be a very important moment for post-Roman Britannia, right? That's the largest, one of the largest settlements in the old, like, kind of administrative center of Roman Britain. It has formally now fallen to invaders. So, big moment there, folks. We don't know about that yet. We're still traveling north. While traveling through the lush forest of Lancaster, you stumble upon a peculiar sight. A local resident, Vero Augustus, dressed head to toe in black, is leading a procession through the woods. He rides atop a black horse adorned with ribbons and flowers. This is a unique custom known as riding the Black Lad, a tradition dating back to ancient times. The village believe it wards off evil spirits and ensures a prosperous year ahead. You can choose to follow the procession or continue on your journey. Yeah, we do not have time for that. But we will ask about it because we are curious. Damn. Alrighty. Here we go, folks. This man really does not like us too, so I don't expect this to go well. This is a meeting where Natanleod has traveled to speak about the King's Alliance in order to unite leaders of Britannia against the Saxon invasion. I don't know if he or us would know that London's fallen. I'm going to roll a dice on it. I'd say since not a lot of time has passed, news like that would travel very fast, but we also just got here like days after, so I'm going to roll a dice. Unfortunate. That's a 6. So yeah, neither him or us know that London's fallen. If we did know, that would probably really give us an edge here in trying to get him to do something. But since he and we do not know London has fallen yet, news is still traveling, I'm going to play it out like he doesn't know. News of London falling to the Saxons has not arrived. So neither know yet. Though its siege was likely still known about during this meeting. Arriving in the... Will this be on Hadrian's Wall? I wonder if his administrative center would be on Hadrian's Wall. I'm not too sure though, so we'll just proceed. Arriving in the small fortified... I don't want to say castle, but we'll go with manor that's ruled over these lands. Natanleod felt a very different welcome, or experienced a very different welcome than in Cornwall. The men here were harsher, rougher around the edges, and though many wore the cross, they had the look of wolves more than saints. A harsh land, and its leader no different. Met in his hall, surrounded by his men once again. Natanleod gave a bow of his head. Well met, friend. I travel here with hopeful spirits and good tidings. There is a great alliance developing in Britannia that seeks to push back. I'm going to risk it. Heathen invaders. He's Chalcedonian, but I think he's a heathen, so this might backfire. Heathen invaders who at this very moment bear down on Londinium itself. At present, several, we're going to be vague here because it is not a Christian we just made an agreement with. At present, several lords. Several being us, Riothamus, and Cornwall, but you know, it's technically true. At present, several lords have put their banners and men behind the sacred agreement. And I hope I may convince you as well of its merits. Oh yeah, definitely there'd be a messenger sent from Riothamus. He just hasn't caught up with us yet, right? We're way up in the north. Roman roads do go up here, but they're very slow. And they're not as well maintained, I'm sure, as the ones in the south, right? So it's gonna take a lot longer to get there. Alrighty, here we go. Chieftain Gwrst shifts in his seat, fingers drumming impatiently against the armrest of his throne as he listens to Duke Natanleod's proposal. His eyes dart around the room. I never looked at his traits, actually, so I forget who he is. I think he's zealous, though. Gauging the reaction of his own men, oh boy, interesting, before settling back on the Britannia Roman noble. Uh-oh, so he's maybe not in as secure a position as many leaders are in Britain. That's interesting. Well met indeed, Duke Natanleod. You speak of alliances and sacred agreements, while Saxons pound at the gates of Londinium. I've heard such promises before, and what came of them? Nothing but Britannic blood spilled on our soil. An alliance requires trust, and trust is a luxury in these desperate times. He leans forward, lowering his voice despite the eagerness evident in his posture. Tell me of the... Oh, goddamn it. Tell me of these several lords who have coveted their banners. What strength do they bring? What lands do they hold? And most importantly, what would my place be in this grand design of yours? I have spent years securing my borders and building my kingdom. I did not achieve this by rushing blindly into pacts without clear benefits. Time is short, Duke Natanleod, so speak plainly of what you offer. It's a lot of land, but it's not a lot of troops, Simon. That's the difference. Leod was not surprised. The man asked of particulars, but had hoped, naively, he could move past that. A Christian alliance was very different from one which contained all the many faiths of Britannia. Aye, of course. Myself and my men, of course. No simple thing. I am sure even in the far north. We're gonna name drop and do a flex here. I'm sure even in the far north, you have heard of the skill of my great general Gobanus. Riothamus of Londinium, a man who faced the Goths and their hordes, earning the respect of Rome before it fell, and Cornwall, who knows that no barrier should be too great to prevent Britannia's own uniting in such a threat, the likes not seen since Rome herself came to our shores. Chieftain Gwrst's eyes narrow slightly at the... Okay, narrow slightly at the mention of Gobanus, a flicker of recognition crossing his weathered features. His fingers cease their drumming, and he leans back in his throne, studying Natanleod with renewed interest. Gobanus, yes. His reputation reaches even our northern halls. A capable commander, I'll grant you that. And Riothamus of Londinium carries weight, though I wonder if his glory days of fighting Goths haven't left him living in the past. He gives a dismissive wave of his hand. As for Cornwall, they've always been quick to join alliances when it suits them. Standing abruptly from his throne, Chieftain Gwrst begins to pace, his impatience manifesting physically as he moves across the front of the dais. You speak of Rome as if her memory should stir my heart, Duke Natanleod. My people remember Rome differently than yours. But the Saxon threat, that I understand all too well. They've been probing my borders, testing my strength. If they take Londinium, they'll grow bolder still. What assurances do I have that once I commit my men, I won't find myself abandoned on the battlefield? And what are the spoils? Oh boy, the spoils. When we drive these heathens back, who decides how the reclaimed lands are distributed? I need more than grand words about unity and sacred duty. I need guarantees. A practical man indeed. Damn. He wants land. Okay. Problem is he's really like far away from everything else, so like him getting land would be disconnected and a problem. So maybe we promise him loot? Is he greedy? We don't know that. I think we want to like not let lands go to him, so we're gonna take the spoil route here and hope that works. Leod's mind raced, knowing a man like this would have his interest maintained for only a short time. Lands? No. Others demand such, and they far closer. Money, perhaps. The spoils will be great. You must know that by now, much of Rome's old wealth found in Britannia sits in their camps and halls, adorning heathen towns that grow daily. I could offer you, on behalf of the Alliance, we're going well beyond our purview right now, but fuck it, a considerable hoard to be found in the sacking of their lands. First choice, perhaps, of gold, silver, and good swords and armaments to feed a land hungry for security, I have no doubt. The Picts in the north, even in this time, were well known for raiding northern England. So this man is a hard motherfucker. His soldiers would be hard motherfuckers. They're not fighting like in the south in a battle royale. They're dealing with like hardcore fucking northerners all the time. So they would need that kind of shit. I don't think this is the right choice diplomatically, but with our low diplo, I think it's the way we do this. I think this probably won't work. It might though. Or if it does, and then we don't end up giving it to him, we could like cause some real big problems down the line here, not gonna lie. Chieftain's Grist's eyes light up at the mention of wealth. Oh, he's probably greedy. Okay. His pace slowing as he considers the offer. He strokes his beard thoughtfully, clearly calculating the potential value against the risk. First choice of plunder. Now that is something tangible to Natanleod. Gold and silver speak louder than the promises of glory. He returns to his throne, sitting with renewed interest. And good weapons would indeed strengthen my forces for whatever comes after we deal with these Saxon dogs. That's an interesting thing to say. But let us be specific. I want this agreement in writing before I commit a single spear to your alliance. That's a lot, dude. Jesus. 1/3 of all recovered Roman treasures from the Saxon holdings will we take together. And priority claim on any weapons and armor. Oh man, uh-oh. I think we offered too much here. That would not sit well with anyone else in the alliance. My men will need payment. I'll have them return empty-handed while others grow fat on victory. He leans forward, fixing Natanleod with an intense stare. There's also the matter of command. I will not have my warriors treated as mere fodder. They fight under my banners and my orders, coordinating with your alliance, but not subjugated to it. I've spent too many years rebuilding my kingdom to see it diminish in the eyes of my men. What say you to these terms? I have no patience for lengthy negotiations, and the Saxons, as you say, are at Londinium's gates even now. Yeah, I know he's negotiating from a place of big strength here. God damn it. All right, folks, this is bad. We lose either way here, really. If we say no and try and offer something else, he's probably going to get mad and this will be done. If we say yes and put it in writing, I think Cornwall would not like this at all, and it could even break their interest in this agreement. A third of all treasure is a fuck ton, folks. That's a lot of wealth. And we did offer first choice of things. Now, we could try and negotiate this further. I think that's the way we do this. We have solid stewardship. I think the way I do this is we basically try and refine the terms to 1/3 of all treasure and first choice of weapons and armor in any situation they're involved in. So any battles they're involved in, they get first choice, or in any areas they explicitly sack, they get 1/3. It's not complete. It's just only where they are. Even that's a lot, though. There's no winning here. Natanleod, I think, has the perspective and vision to think about the long-term damages here. If we do this wrong, we put, like, basically a large enough potential fracture in the King's Alliance that it could just crumble almost immediately, so this is so dangerous. And I think we'd also be very aware, Gray, you just said screw him. There's no certainty we just get a lockout of this situation, ladies and gentlemen. This man really doesn't like us. This is not a time when, like, you know, diplomacy is honored. We could get into a situation here where we get imprisoned or killed. There's no stopping that, right? And I would not prevent that if the AI goes that route, because for certain characters that could be reasonable. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but I should underline it. What we're doing right now is very dangerous. We're traveling to these, like, different leaders that we don't know at all, who have different religions and cultures in a very fractured Britain with minimal military forces, almost none at all. These guys can just kill us if they want, right? Like, there's nothing preventing that. There's honor and things like that, right? But that only goes so far. So when we get into negotiations in this situation, they would know that too, right? There's a reason I described in the beginning of him having, like, a fuck ton of his men in this room, right? It's intimidation, as it should be. So we kind of can't walk away from this. But we're not just going to accede to what he wants either. Fuck. All right. Oh yeah, absolutely. Frisia is going to be decked on too. Let's see here. Natanleod gathered his thoughts as quickly as possible. The large quantity of heavily armed men in the hall becoming very clear in that moment, as he sensed a subtle but intended threat in the man's intentions. Yet he could not accede purely to such terms if the alliance was to have firm ground. A heavy ask, to be sure. You are a man who knows his own worth and that of his warriors. I'm gonna try something here. This might backfire. And Natanleod gave a look around at the men in the room, giving, again, a slight bow of his head to show respect. I know the sight of those who have seen much blood. The same look of those who fight even now under Gobanus. We're gonna kind of do we're gonna kind of basically threaten right back. I mean, we're subtly basically saying, we respect you, but don't think that me and my men can't absolutely deck your shit if we want to. Alrighty. I cannot agree purely to what you suggest. So I will counteroffer with this. 1/3 of all treasure taken in lootings and battles you and your men are present within. And first choice of arms, but only for quality. A proper distribution to other lords present. All right, that's a tough negotiation here. Let's see if this goes through. Gorst listens with narrowed eyes, his fingers once again tapping rhythmically against his throne. When Natanleod finishes, he stands and approaches the Duke, circling him slowly like a predator assessing his prey. Oh fuck. 1/3 of treasures from battles where my men are present. And first choice of quality arms. He stops his circling. By the way, I want to underline, folks, you may hear something like quality of arms here and not think it's a big deal. That's a very fucking big deal, folks. Right? Like, this is a time when really high quality military equipment is not being produced at all in Britain anymore, and it's not being produced in Europe either after the fall of Rome. So this is a time period where good weapons, good swords, good spears, good armor, it's worth almost more than gold at this point. Like, Roman equipment is obviously like attempted to be maintained, and you fucking want that shit for your men because you can't even get a remotely close alternative yourself. So that shit's a very big deal, folks. I want to underline that for a moment. He stops his circling and faces Natanleod directly. Your counteroffer has merit, Duke Natanleod. I could see you're not one to be easily intimidated, despite being surrounded by my warriors. That earns a measure of respect. Yeah, so he likes strength. Interesting. He gestures to a nearby attendant who brings forth a cup of mead, which the chieftain takes and drinks deeply before continuing. He doesn't offer us one. Alrighty. Very well, I accept these terms with one condition. My forces remain under my command in the field, though I will coordinate with your alliance generals. My men follow me, not some distant council of lords they've never seen. If we can agree on this point, then the warriors of Regan will join your alliance against the Saxon threat. He extends his hand towards Natanleod, his impatience evident in the quickness of the gesture. Do we have an agreement, Duke of Britannia Prima? The Saxons grow stronger with each passing day, and I have no desire to waste more time and talk with blood could be spilled. Well, I think we take this deal. It's not great. It may cause problems, but it's not the worst. Hesitating. Only a moment, as the thoughts of what may come such a deal pass through his mind. And Natanleod, finding the confidence of a man coming into his own as a leader, nods. Aye, we have a deal, Chieftain Gorst. They say a good bargain is where neither leave truly happy, but content I am for my part in this. Chieftain Gorst clasped Natanleod's arm firmly, a rare smile breaking through his stern demeanor. The tension in the hall visibly diminished as the warriors see their leader satisfied with the arrangement. Then it is done! The warriors of Regan will march when called, and the Saxons will learn to fear our combined might. He releases Natanleod's arm and signals a servant. Let us drink to seal this pact properly. No alliance has ever been forged on dry throats. As servants hurry to bring mead for both leaders, the chieftain returns to his throne with renewed energy about him. I'm not one for flowery words or grand proclamations, Duke, but know this. When my men commit to battle, they do so completely. The Saxons have never faced the fury of northern warriors fighting alongside your southerners. Perhaps in this unlikely alliance, we will find the strength that neither of us could muster alone. He raises his cup when it arrives. To driving back the heathens, back into the sea from whence they came, and to the wealth that awaits us when we do. All right. We have it, but at great cost. So the way I will factor this in, so this isn't like something that doesn't matter, I'm gonna, when we do other talks and role plays with this, with like, you know, Cornwall's leader and Riothamus and stuff, I'm gonna like make sure the AI knows this happened, because this is a pretty big deal what we promised them. And I want to say also, we technically don't have the authority to do what we just did, in many ways. So if the other leaders say no, fuck this, we just lose him and all his forces instantly, right? So. And if they say no, and he has to march his soldiers all the way south and gets told no and marches back, that's an enemy like of our house and dynasty for a long time. So, yeah, it's a little risky, but we did technically get it. All right. Well, folks, we've got Londinium and we've technically got Regan for the moment. Could head to Duke Mar next. Also, I do want to do one thing really quickly. Okay. Oh my god. Deep breath. It's looking a little bit better now. Scotland didn't exist, it would be Alba or Caledonia. That's fair. I'm gonna start referring to it as Alba. That is very true. I'm just using Scotland more as like my own, like how I conceive of it, but you're right. It would be Alba. I mean, it would be the Scotty who went there, right? Was Scotty the term used for the peoples of Scotland during this time period, or did that come later? Because I know that the Scotty came from like the Irish word, right, in the migration, so I probably should look into a bit more of that before next week. All right, full time, folks. Who are we gonna talk to next? So we're close to it already. Eboracum to the east in modern day York. Or Ovica. Rodvica. Which would be modern day Wales. It's the Gwynedd House, which is very famous historically. And then who else would we potentially go speak with right now? I don't think we go talk with men. Oh, they are Christian. Oh my god, they hate us. They hate Pelagians. We'd probably know that. So let's not go get murdered by him. Man absolutely hates us. I think Scotland's too far and too dangerous. I don't think we'd realistically do that. So I think... Oh, it's the same dynasty. Interesting. Wow, they both have a lot of soldiers too. Yeah, so it'll be either Boracum or Davica. So either Wales or the guys to our east. So, Iboracum is going to be Druidic, and Ordovica is going to be Chalcedonian Christians. So. How's the Saxon Confederacy doing? He still has all his fucking soldiers, that's for sure. He still has his special soldiers, and he still has his mercenaries. My god. All his allies. That's fucking insane. Jesus Christ. They're so strong. Not to mention the Frisians. Still, I was really hoping we get an event where Francia went Christian, but it hasn't happened. That would have really been a game changer. Saxon, yeah, the Saxon Confederacy did blow up, folks. That's very true. Which is interesting and could probably end up doing more harm than good, to be honest. Iborakum, alrighty. God damn it. We have to walk all the way home first. That's fun. Siege of Carleone is going very slowly, but surely. Hospitality for a day. The journey has been long and tiresome, and my feet ache so much that my ancestors must feel it. As I feel I'm about to collapse from exhaustion, I feel something heavy weigh on my neck. Before long, I'm adorned from head to toe in traditional Britannic garbs, the streets alive with jubilation. Guess we're passing through a village or something. Every house head beckons me to come inside and rest my weary laurels. It would only take a moment to regain my stamina, and I would be welcomed as the guest of honor. Britannic hospitality is legendary. Can I afford not to see it for myself? Hey, we're pretty tired, so why not? 3 weeks, though? No, we couldn't do that. We could not do that. You have no money to go? I'll give us another 10. Once we go below, like, what we have now, I will let that happen, but I will give us the money to travel. Just because I feel like we'd figure out a way to do it at this point, even if we're just traveling with, like, one person. Scully came later, not much later, but around 600. It was from the same time period, all right. So that had begun to happen, but yeah, they would be referred to as not Scotland. All right, we're home. Yeah, we're really hemorrhaging money here. And we're being raided by Dumnonia. Okay, so obviously the country and the player, like the country will not take into the roleplay into account here. So, I don't think this would happen. I mean, we could run away as him as betraying us, but that makes no fucking sense. So, is there anything I can do here? I think I do a save edit right now to basically make a alliance happen. I think that's how we do this to prevent this from being a problem. Form coalition? Oh, that's cool as fuck. Yeah, that's exactly what we're trying to do. So that works. Does Yes Man work? Yes, it does. All right, we'll form a coalition. That makes sense. Maybe a lord under him? Yeah, that could be. I'm going to get a save here because I'm going to have to unpause, and I want to make sure that if I unpause with Yes Man on, something just doesn't break the game. So let's go ahead and get the save. Add a truce? Don't see an option for that, unfortunately. All right, we're going to get the Alliance of London. We need to do that. Londinium. I'm trying to find a way to do something with him here. We're not going to pay him money. Why will it not let us do it with him? Make ally. Probably do that one. Yep, do that. And then I guess we'll just do the same with Dumnonia, I think, honestly. Alright, one pause. Alliance forms. Awesome. Allied with Dumnonia. Yep, that stopped the raiding. Beautiful. Can we invite him to a coalition? We could not, but still pretty cool though. All right, we're allied with all 3 of them now. That works completely fine. I will get out of debug mode and we will continue. And I will give us 10 more gold. Just so that we can actually travel. We're about to be in the negative, which will really suck, but there's not really anything we can do about that. But I will give us the money to travel, because I do think, again, preventing travel because we're broke, it kind of makes sense, but like, as I said, even if we have to just, you know, like hunt for our food and things like that, like there's ways to travel while broke. It's hard. I didn't turn off Yes Man. Yep, I know. Thank you though. Rice breaks a bunch of other mods, Lord Daunt, and it also causes massive problems with the save translator, potentially to EU4. The biggest thing is there's a couple other big mods I really wanted that it would not work with, which sucks because I fucking love Rice, but it was just, there were a couple options that I had to choose what I was going to eliminate, and Rice was the one I chose to eliminate, so. Okay, and then... Cool. Yes, man. Off, and we are good. Alrighty. Alright, the siege continues in Carleon, and then we will head to Abrakum to speak with Duke Mar. Now let's look at him before we go this time, so I actually remember before we start to travel. He is 56, he's pretty old. His son is 35. Wow, his son's a badass, not gonna lie. Brave, ambitious, and honest, and he is druidic. Multifaceted innovator, snake-like demeanor, indifferent observer, cold-hearted gambler. He'd be at this meeting for sure. And then Duke Mar, who is in very poor health at the moment. He is craven, fickle, and shy. Overseer, romantic demeanor, wolf-like demeanor, indifferent observer, and an intellectual snob. God, this guy's an actual asshole. All right, but we need to speak with him. I'd much rather be speaking with his son. His son's an absolute fucking Chad, but this man is an asshole. But we do what we must. All right, yeah, they're going home. Cool. Whoa. The Sorcerer of Kidderminster. Kidderminster is a land of strange and obscure customs to me. The practice of the queer faith are strange and unimaginably different from Pelagianism, and nowhere is that more apparent than in the attitude towards the practice of magic. Right in the middle of town, there's a man chanting incantations and offering blessings as if he were a priest. It is strange to me, but the people appear positively jubilant to be in his presence. A sorcerer. we can try and do a learning challenge against him, which we're gonna fail. We can just not give a fuck, or we can try and murder him in a druidic land that is not Christian. Let's not do that. So we're just gonna ignore it and continue on our way. It's the heathens are putting their own souls into hell. That's their problem. They don't know any better. As you traverse the dense forest of Mercia, Longitus, one of your companions, draws your attention to a peculiar carving on a tree. It's the motive of the 3 hairs, each sharing an ear of the other, forming a triangle. The symbol is often associated with the Tenors Guild, a powerful organization of miners in the region. It's said that they use the symbol to mark the location of hidden treasures or dangerous traps for those who dare to steal from them. Do you dare to investigate further? We'll get him to go investigate. There's not an option to just leave, which we really should have, but I guess we're gonna get him to go do it. Hopefully he doesn't die. Yeah, so he got wounded. It was a trap. The siege of Carleon is almost done. Control is not at the max in Glevum? I thought it was. All right, is that max? Glevum's maxed out apparently. 800 gold to upgrade the mines? What? It's more expensive because we have banned slavery. Ouch. That's painfully accurate in this time period. Okay, is it bugged? Because it says that control is not high. This might be a bug, folks. That's... Okay, bear with me for a moment. Pressured by war. So yeah, pressured by war is just making our control continuously go down. How long does that last for? Or is it because we're at war? Bandits rampaging. Yeah, peasant outcry, which will go away in 3 years, and then pressured by war. I don't know what that is. Yeah, I think if we're not at war, this goes away. But it is absolutely fucking our control. We're also very unpopular because they're not Pelagian. Yeah, the warrant needs to end. The dev is 4, is it really? Oh my god, you're right. The development is 4 in Glevum. Jesus. That is bad. I mean, it looks like the development all over Britain's very low, which is accurate. Yeah, development of Dumnonia is 0. Is it bugged? I hope there's not a giant bug I didn't see with like control and shit. Yeah, it seems to be fine. So Londinium. Londinium's 9. Let's get the development map here for a minute, folks. I mean, make sure I didn't do something bad here. I mean, I guess it does make sense. Britain's pretty undeveloped. Yeah, Aachen's 11. Paris is 8. Rome is 16. Carthago is 15. No, it's fine. It's just the world's not very developed right now, which is true. That makes sense. This is fucking 486 after the fall of Western Rome. Alexandria is 23. No, that makes sense. It's just, you know, these are very undeveloped lands. Rome brought some civilization and stuff, but really not that much, if we're being honest, relatively. So that's actually kind of cool. I like that. But yeah, no, Glevum is not developed, that's for sure. As I said, a couple thousand people living in that town max. And we are about to go into red formally. Hopefully this siege will give us some loot, because we need some money here. A harmonious encounter. As you traverse the wide green plains of the Duchy of York, the distant sound of music catches your ear. Your party follows the melody to its source and discovers a group of musicians known as the York Waits, practicing for an upcoming civic ceremony. The York Waits, traditionally the town's musicians employed by the city of York, were known for their performances at civic and ceremonial occasions. They are practicing on shalms, cornets, sackbuts, and other medieval instruments. A little early for that. Creating a lively and intricate melody that echoes across the plains. Salami. He does look like he enjoys salami, I'm not gonna lie. Their leader notices your party and with a welcoming smile invites you to stay and enjoy the music. However, Hieronymus reminds you that the distance will be covered before nightfall is great. Now we gotta keep going. We got, the stakes are too high right now. London is 2? No, London's 9. I think one dev is 1,000 people, makes sense. 4,000 in Glevum and 23,000 in Constantinople. Constantinople would be well above 23,000 people. I'd view it, I guess, more like maybe like Civ 5's population scores, you know? Like it's almost exponential. Not quite, but it's not like just static going up and up linearly, right? All right, we're here. And we're going home. Okay. Because he's dead. It's his son in charge now. That's a good thing, but we have to go all the way back now. God damn it. That's honestly a good thing. I guess we're going with it. It's going to take longer to get there than we thought. So I'll go back. I'll give us another 10 gold. Not a bad thing, though. The really absolute piece of shit leader of Abarakum is dead and his son's in charge. He is the one who actually might be willing to say yes. I'm most certain we would not have succeeded with his father, so that's a good thing. The Britannic storytellers in Mediolanum are greatly renowned, and when I finally meet them, they don't disappoint. We spend many hours sitting around the fire, listening to their stories. It's a true joy to hear them speak. Yeah, we'll tell one too. Siege is almost done here, folks, finally. That should end this war. If it doesn't, we're going to be kind of cooked here. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right, folks. You know, it's interesting that Spicy the McHaggis has just entered chat because the game's about to get spicy as well. As you and your companions traverse the dense forest of Mercia, you encounter a group of rugged men blocking your path. They're just going to call themselves that? Jesus. They introduce themselves as the Werewolves of Mercia, a title that sends a shiver down your spine. We would take that just to mean they're like bandits who like are trying to be cool. They claim to be cursed, doomed to transform into savage beasts under the full moon. They demand your assistance in breaking this curse or else they threaten violence. Hieronymus, your most diplomatic companion, steps forward to address the situation. He's flexing his muscles, ready to defend your party if need be. Hold on, folks. I need to go ahead and share with y'all a meme for this situation. One moment here. I have this on my phone, but let me see if I can find it on the internet. Yes, I can. There we go. I don't know if this is true or not, and I don't really care. It's just funny. So, 1 second. This is, by the way, folks, this is Hieronymus right now. This is one of my favorite memes I got recently from a friend. Plato means broad in Greek. There are recording instances in Aristotle's notes of Plato settling debates by standing up and flexing. He was an Olympic gold medal wrestler. Plato, I don't think you helps your argument at all. Shut the fuck up. Anyway, that's what our boy Hieronymus is doing right now. He don't give no fucks. He's just flexing instead of speaking with them. But given they are potentially werewolves, I don't think that would go very well. 0% chance of success. Ouch. He does have 0 diplo. Intimidating is 100%. Fighting them is doable. We don't have money to give them. So I can either intimidate them or fight. We'll intimidate them. Cool, and we succeeded. Hieronymus is not a very diplomatic man, but bro is fucking strong as fuck. 41 prowess is pretty crazy. He is a legendary blade master, by the way, folks. That's why he's so strong. So he could probably even beat Gobanus in a sword duel. Hold on, what music are we on to right now? I was playing the medieval Total War soundtrack for Britain, and I just went to the Native American one. So one moment here. It seems that our caravan has become a little lost in these foreign lands. Hieronymus has been traveling, trailing us around Kidderminster for hours, and though he has last followed his plight and asked for directions, he does not appear to be an expert in Brythonic. He speaks Latin only. That's our caravan master. As I said before, we need to find a new one, don't we? We actually managed to interpret instructions from the Brythonic speakers. We don't speak it, but I guess we've learned a little bit. And we got home. Wonderful. I will have to give us money so we can go back. Hold on. Let's see if we can get a better caravan master here, folks. Yeah, oh, Marcos, our boy Marcos. He really doesn't like us, though. Longinus is pretty good. We'll go Longinus. I would go for Marcos, but he really doesn't like us, so we'll go with Longinus. That's our physician as well. It'd piss off Hieronymus, but I would hope he'd understand after like getting us lost multiple times at this point. So our physician's becoming a very wealthy man at this point. All right, gotta give us money and then we'll go back. Oh, he's a fantastic knight. There's no doubting that. There we go, just enough. Hieronymus is already one of our knights, 7. And I would make him a general, but we've already got Gobanus leading our forces, so we will not be replacing him anytime soon. Right back the way we came. Oh, he's traveling though. That's dangerous. Oh, there's a tournament ongoing. No fucking... Oh my gosh. Okay, hold the fuck up. We gotta put everything on pause for a minute here. So the man who just took Londinium, Petty King Vergbert, I guess it's the son of the man who took Londinium, is holding like a giant... It wouldn't be a tournament, right? It would be more like a giant test of basically martial prowess. So like wrestling, probably like melees and stuff like that, and fighting. Have we been invited? We can go to it. I kind of want to go to it. I'm not gonna lie. We might get murdered though, is the thing. The Saxons are known for doing IRL red weddings, so be careful. I kind of want to go. I'm not gonna lie. If we could send Gobanus, that would be optimal, but we'd have to fight ourselves. Pull time, ladies and gentlemen. We're not a bad fighter. I want to reiterate this one more time. So there's been a formal, basically after the sacking of Londinium, the Saxon Jute forces have basically amassed in Biddenford, where they, I guess, have their capital. And they basically put out invitations to all their own people, but they've said that basically anyone in Britain can come. We will set aside our differences in our wars and our fighting and our raiding. This is like a giant test of martial prowess. Any man may come if he wishes to prove himself, and you'll be honored here. And basically, you know, the flag of non-war, basically under their gods and our gods. Anyone can come. On the one hand, we probably wouldn't want to because, like you said, that is very dangerous. But on the other hand, if we could do well, like we could represent, obviously, our faith and Britannia better. So that's kind of a big... Is Riothamus going? Yo, guess who's already fucking there? Of course. Riothamus already went there. Bro is there. Okay, we gotta go. I was gonna do a poll. I'm not doing a poll now. Riothamus is at the tournament. We gotta show up and help our boy out. We gotta put respect on the Britannia name, folks. We gotta show up for this. It's very dangerous. My God, it's very dangerous. We don't have money for mercenaries either. We might die on the way, unfortunately. Fuck it, we ball. I know this is risky, but I'm doing it for the roleplay and the story, because why the fuck not? We gotta show up for this. There's no way we don't. My fellow attendee, Petty King Vergbert, is hosting a grand tournament competition in the vicinity of Biddenford. We shall represent the House of Constantinus Britannicus. So I would imagine so just coming back for a moment onto this. I would imagine in the context of basically like the setting and the story, but also what's happening in Britain, is this would kind of be basically an attempt to use non-warlike means by the Saxons to basically kind of like culturally conquer in a way. Hear me out for a second here, folks. A really interesting thing I read a lot about when I did basically prep for this campaign. As I said, I actually did a lot of reading. I read a lot of historic books about this stuff. My knowledge will be very not complete. I'm going to not know a lot of things. It'll be wrong about a lot, but I did make an effort to try and understand a lot of the history and some of the stuff a bit better. And one of the really interesting things that is really relevant and worth mentioning right now is what the archaeological and anthropological evidence and conversation talks about, like kind of the arrival of these cultures with the local ones. And one of the really big things that has been documented archaeologically in basically the settlements in this time period is that a lot of towns and villages over a very short course, over like 100 or 200 years, and even less sometimes, they dramatically changed culturally. And they adopted a lot of the language, dress, culture, building styles, and things like that of the Saxons. So there's a lot of actually historians who are now beginning to basically argue that basically kind of similar to how views of like how Homo sapiens and their interactions with Neanderthals have evolved from just like murdering them all to like basically them being bred out of existence, right? That's a more commonly held theory now. The narrative about like the traditional like British and the Celts and the Picts and the Romano-Britons of Britain and their interaction with the Anglo-Saxons and all the other groups was less just purely murder, slaughter, and like replacement, and much more kind of cultural assimilation and cultural conquest, in the sense that a lot of like their traditions kind of became more dominant. How that happened and whether it was coerced by direct rule or not is very much up for question, but it is really interesting to note here that that was certainly a factor kind of in, if we want to, I guess, just refer to this as we are dealing with it as a struggle for Britain, right? There was a giant cultural aspect. So to tie this into what is happening now, I'm going to view this as a kind of example of this. They have just sacked Londinium, the traditional seat of all of Britannia, right? They've sacked it and they have pushed Riothamus out of his capital, and everyone would fucking hate them. There's no about that. But I think him as a leader and his, like, you know, the others involved with this, they would view this as certainly a victory lap, right? As like a look what we did, we're celebrating. If you want to come and show your faces here after what we did to you, go for it. But it's also an attempt to basically portray to the common people that they've conquered and they plan to conquer, that like, A, we're not pure tyrants, right? We can show, you know, some common hospitality and things. And also like, come look at our warriors and see what we are, right? Like, it's almost a bit of a cultural conflict through this rather than just outright battlefield kind of conflict. Riothamus going is really weird though. I'm trying to think about how to integrate this into like the story and how it makes sense. I think the cultural aspect of this makes a lot of sense. Let me think for a moment here. Because I could just reject this entirely from happening, but I don't think that's really interesting. So I'm trying to think of how this might make sense. Okay, a really big thing to factor in here, by the way, is that the guy currently hosting this is not the one who sacked Londinium and took it. This is his son. So Theodosius was the one who went to war with Riothamus and took Londinium and sacked it. He's dead. He died. He just died literally. Yeah, a couple months ago. So right after he took Londinium, he died. So this is his son. So maybe perhaps is like an attempt to reconcile a little bit. But I mean, he's wrathful, shy, and vengeful. So he's not the diplomatic sort by nature. Harmony's melody keeper. With noble blood and gentle touch, the character seeks to weave unity through the tribal symphony. Their ambition resonates in building bonds and alliances composed of a chorus of prosperity for their people. Yet in times of crisis, they will be decisive. So he is kind of diplomatic, I guess. Just very, very emotional and very violent. He's a fucking berserker. Yeah, they were raiding us, and then I did the edit, so they're not raiding us anymore. Check if he died before London fell. Inherited. Conquered, he did take it. May. So Theodosius took London on May 5th, 486. He died and his son inherited and took over. Literally 3 weeks later after taking London, he died. So probably like in the lore we'll go with, he got really wounded during like the taking of like Londinium, and he died of his wounds, right? But he did take it. So his son is inherited. So again, I think the way that we take this as it's maybe an attempt to try and reconcile a little bit. Perhaps even like Vigabert is basically going to try and speak with some of the rulers he's invited, and like it's a show of strength and it's an attempt to kind of like challenge like these cultural identities and power, but it also may be an attempt for him to speak with some of the leaders of Britannia and like calm things a bit. But because I mean, he does build alliances and seek cooperation. maybe, I mean, it could well be that he has heard of, like, obviously the King's Alliance, the Grand Alliance being created now, and has started to get a little worried about it, because it is a lot of soldiers at this point. So maybe it's him to kind of like reconcile why really he just bides his time and like gets more support from his homeland kind of thing, you know? Yeah, his Diplo is awful though. I think I know a way we make this interesting. I think I know a way that we make this really fucking interesting and a little wild. Hold on. I've got a thought, ladies and gentlemen. Let me think about this for a moment. I've got a very fun thought, actually. Oh my. Okay, but he's not diplomatic to think of this per se. What about his wife? No. What about his allies? He doesn't have to be diplomatic. He's got a really high intrigue. Ooh, this might work. Oh, Savin, you got there before I said it. Yep, that's exactly what I'm thinking. I think we go with this. All right, folks. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and I'm gonna lay it out for us here. And some of y'all have already figured out what was gonna happen. Yeah, so the way we're gonna do this, all right, I'm gonna kind of lay this out to you guys. Now, there may be a little stretch here. I will not deny that in any way, but I think it actually could realistically like be a thing. Not in like history per se, but certainly in like, you know, kind of a story-based thing like this, right? So the way this, I'm gonna kind of play this out and how this will work in his mind kind of, right, is that, so his father conquered London, and sacked it, and he took it. And he immediately died. And the way I'm going to go with this is basically his father Theodosius, right, was able to get a huge amount of like soldiers back from like, you know, modern day Germany and like the Saxon region, as well as locals to support him. His heir does not have that support even remotely. So his kind of like lead of this like Saxon war band is already in question, kind of like how we dealt with Gobanus kind of situation. He's certainly competent, but look at his stats. He's actually not really a military man. He's much more of like a steward and like a court intriguer rather than a warrior. His prowess is solid because he's a berserker, so no one can deny that. But he's not really like a martially minded individual like his father was. I think it was his father. Yeah, it was. So basically he plotted, like he hatched a scheme, which maybe is not the best idea, but it's the way he's gonna go with it. That is essentially in Bedford, he's gonna host like a great clash of warriors, and he will basically have like messengers sent out to every one of the Saxons, Jutes, Frisians, and anyone else in Britannia and abroad who wish to come, as well as any of the other leaders in Britannia. So the way that this will go is that he's offering Londinium to the victor. So whoever wins this, I don't think tournament's the right word. We're gonna say it's kind of like more of just like a martial contest, right? So dueling, and then so it'll be probably to the death, I would imagine, right? It's happening right now. I'm going to teleport us here, by the way, folks. I will be heavy-handed with that. Is it started yet? Qualification round is happening currently. I don't normally like to do these sorts of things, but this is a really interesting, actually, kind of thing for the plot here. I think I will probably teleport us just so we get there in time, so we can contribute to this properly. But essentially, the idea will be that basically whoever wins gets Londinium. The big thing is that they have to either like be a warlord, a warrior of some merit, or like a noble of some sort, right? You can't just be some random warrior. And if some random warrior like does compete and win, it will be his lord or whoever he served who gets the title, and he'll obviously be suitably rewarded for and get like a fortune, right? But it's any leader or his men who succeed will get Londinium. He is a very like overconfident human being, I think, in many ways, right? He's wrathful, vengeful, a berserker. He expects probably to win this, or one of his men to, or at least a Saxon to. So it allows to legitimize him. And even like if like another like one of his kinsmen gets Londinium, he would probably legitimize himself enough through this, he would hope, or a plan to still kind of be like the unofficial war leader of all these groups, which are like, I think they know they're going to kind of come head to head with our alliance, right? So it also acts as an opportunity to basically humiliate the Britannia Romans and the local Britons. If none of them succeed here, right, if Londinium gets taken and sacked and then they have a chance to get it back and they can't win martially, what the fuck does that say about the locals, right? That's a pretty big deal on like a cultural perspective. You lose Londinium, we give you the option to get it back completely fairly, you fail. You don't get to rule Londinium. You don't fucking deserve that. That's pretty fucking... I mean, that's a dangerous play, a ballsy play, but like, if it works, that I think would single-handedly shift this entire kind of situation back towards them, right? Because not only would a lot of, I think, rulers and leaders be incredibly intimidated from this and not want to get involved and become a little cowed, it would, I think, put a little bit of a fracture into the Lord's Alliance, and more importantly, it would get a lot of regular people in Britain and the British Isles to not want to just like be like, oh, they're so amazing, but be like, damn, these people are fucking hardcore. I want my family to live, not die, so if they come calling, it's whatever they want. I'm not gonna fight them. I want to survive. They can have what they want. I just want to survive, kind of thing, right? And that would give them a huge amount of ability to rule better and kind of cow the locals. So that's fucking interesting. I think we go with this. A little bit of a stretch here, folks, but I do want to try and find a way to work with kind of the story and what happens in the game. And honestly, I think depending on how this goes, this will get absolutely wild. So yeah, that's how we're going to do this. So like all the other rulers of Britain, we got the call. We're going to show up. Riothamus obviously will show up and try and get Londinium back for his for his people. And I guess we'll take a shot at it too. Why not? Why the fuck not? I'd love to have Gobanus there. Given the siege is almost done, I think we do allow Gobanus to come with us here. So, all right. How long until it starts, though? I do want to make sure. Begins in 58 days. Okay, and then how long until we get there? Is there any way to see that, folks? You get there in time? All right, cool. Let's do it. Let's fucking do this, folks. Oh, all right, hold on. We need some good music for this. The war's done, by the way, as well. We brought that fucking child to heal. Hold on. Let's get some music going here. Let me think. What would fit here? Oh, I know. Yep, that's about right. I think, like I said earlier, I think Gobanus would compete and we'd also compete. So we'd basically, the terms would be like, you can compete, your soldiers and knights and warriors can compete too. And it just kind of comes down to like, who ends up getting it is just based on that, right? So obviously it would be much more prestigious if you as a leader won it, but I think it would just be like a massive melee, so we'll see. Do the mechanics only let one person compete? That would be a tough decision, I think. All right, in the war. He is imprisoned. We're gonna keep him imprisoned until we get home as well, and we'll decide what to do with him. Gobanus will put him into the stockades in Glevum, and then try and, I guess, catch up with us. After my successful siege of Carleon, a tawny dog is brought before me. We found it in the holding. It must have belonged to your vassal Caravan, my lord. What in the actual fuck? No. The sack of Carleon gave us a lot of gold too. I don't think the dog would go for that much, so we'll keep it. We'll keep his dog. It's kind of rude. We might give him back to him later if he's loyal. Oh no, 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 no. This is not it. As we manage to get through a dangerous path in Banbury, we decide to rest for the night. As I walk through the encampment, suddenly a strange feeling that someone is missing bothers me. I ask around and everyone agreed on one thing. They don't remember seeing Artorius, our son, all day. How did we just forget where the fuck our son is? This is worrisome. He's still a child. What if he got lost somewhere in the plains along the way? My brother in Christ, were you not watching your child? Yeah, we go find our fucking son. 14-day delay. Fuck, we might not make it now. All right, we found our son, but that cost us time here. That's unfortunate. As I'm traveling, I come across two women arguing on the sides of the road. One of them, a pretty young woman, appears to be beaten nearly to death by a second older woman. After stopping for a moment to listen, and I quickly surmise that the older woman is accusing the younger of having some kind of relationship with her husband. Oh no. While I'm not immediately connected to this affair, as a lord, it would be an easy thing to intervene one way or another. She's actually beaten that badly. We will have her wounds attended to, so I guess she'll join us. That's fine. If she's injured, we wouldn't want her to just fucking die. Control. Good call. There we go. There we go. Now we can actually increase the control on it. All right, folks. This is a big deal then. We need to win this. We have arrived. All right, so we obviously want to triumph. We're guaranteed to qualify. Theodorus is competing as well, I guess, but Gobanus, I guess, will be back in Glevum. I guess he is going to stay there and be our regent, which I guess makes sense. We'll compete ourselves for our honor. Yeah, it's in dueling though, and we are very fucking good at dueling. So folks, we're not going to be the best person competing, but we do actually have a shot at this. We'll go visit the tourney grounds and try and train. Strongman show. Lively noises make me discover an improvised arena set up by the local peasants, where two burly Westfielders are putting on a show. They trade blows, weave, duck, and circle each other until one of them makes a daring move. I call this one Downward Hurricane. God damn it. This is like old school WWE. We'll study their techniques. Hey, we failed to learn anything. God damn it. If we get a 1v1 with Riothamus, that would be fucking a little too epic. Yeah, true. Artorius did just like wander off while 2 years old in the plains of middle southern England and just was found chilling. He's got a very independent spirit. Who else is there? That's a good question. So many people. So many people. Hinks of Kent, very famous. He was one of the people Vertigan invited. Gwogan of Godonin. From Hesse, some like native Saxons from back in the homeland have come. Riothamus. Ibarakum, Arthwis is here. Some like mercenary warlords are making their shot at it. No fucking way! What the fuck? No fucking way. What? Do y'all remember Ogmios? I remember Ogmios. I guess the Aurelianus Watchers never disintegrated. Ogmios took over and he's in charge now, and he showed the fuck up. So we would be shocked to discover that the old mercenary band our cousin founded, Ambrosius, is actually here and is competing. Wow, that's fucking crazy. No, I thought they got disintegrated. What? That's so cool. That's so fucking cool. Wow, man. A lot of fucking people are here. So I'm looking for any like player dynasties or anything like that. Oh, Idwasser of Bayeux, the man who also caused the death of Ambrosius, is competing. No fucking way. Vangio, who also fought against Ambrosius, is here. Oh boy, man. There's a lot of people that we have some history with. That's a player dynasty. Mitra is here. Yeah, so everyone's showing up. I mean, if it's literally for Londinium, right? Of course they're gonna show the fuck up, so. This is a big enough deal. Is there a way we can actually get Gobanus to represent us? No, I guess not. Damn, that's a shame. Frontina's there? I did not see that. Frontina, our wife, is also competing? Damn. Alrighty. There's a lot of big names, a lot of very important stuff happening here. God damn. Alrighty. So let's keep this going then. Pin him, we might not find him again. No, we can just have to go look at mercenary companies. It's not too hard, actually. Yeah, okay. Damn. Damn. Earl Rune is our regent. Where the fuck is Gobanus then? He's in Glevum. If we make him our bodyguard, he might show up. Let me try something. Not that we have the money for it, but yeah. Yep. Here we go. This is an important enough moment. I won't do a poll. I think we just put Gobanus as our champion. Let's see if that works. He might have to travel. Or maybe it will just not let us. Let's see. I think the way the travel system works is if they don't initially come with you, they don't just like teleport anymore like they used to. So that's what's happening right now. So he will not be able to compete for us, unfortunately. Yeah, we went without him. That's a shame. Is what it is, folks. Also, we need to get dripped out. We need to get dripped the fuck out of here. We gotta be looking good while we do something like this, you know? We'll get a haircut too. No, fuck it. We've grown out our hair. Let's go with that. It's been a while. We gotta look like a Chad here, you know? So this is an important moment. That'll work. Sufficiently badass, I would say. If we fail, we gotta look good doing it. We'll get one more chance to increase our threshold here. Gotta be careful. Alright, folks. You forgot pants, my dear sir? No, we didn't. We're going full balls out here, folks. Full balls out. Do it in the Saxon custom. Oh, whoa. That's an interesting combination of characters. The training grounds are bustling with preparations. The pages run around carrying pieces of armor that make them look like scarecrows. Wait! One of them yells, picking up a helmet. I hear a familiar giggle coming from the tribunes, and I see Countess Frontina surrounded by other women who cover their mouths with handkerchiefs. She doesn't wave at me. She doesn't need to. Coming for some exercise? Earl Mitra walks past me, raising his chin. You'll need it. You little bitch. Say that again. We could beat the fuck out of him, but we probably would not succeed. Nah, we gotta do it for the wife. I'll make sure Frontina is looking. Yeah, we impressed our wife. Let's go. She kind of likes us. Yeah, no, we gotta flex for the wifey. All right, here we go. Here's the good one. I think it's this one. Here it is. All right, our first duel. Contestants march onto the field, taking their places around the sparring quad. As the herald announces, this will just be straight up duels, folks. Probably not explicitly to the death, but a lot of people should be dying here. The squared-off ring is being looked over in the background, rattled and shaken to ensure nothing gives should a contestant crash into it. The duel qualifiers have come to an end, and it's clear who will be put forward for the quarterfinals as it stands. The varied pitches and volumes of the crowd cheers leave no questions as to the favorites. For my first bout, I'll be paired against my fellow contestant, Anthemus. Oh, he's a good warrior, no doubt about that. Britanno-Roman as well, Druidic. He seems to be a fearsome warrior to be sure. Let's do this. I vowed to myself I would win a contest in this tournament, and I can't help but consider a less fair approach. Absolutely fucking not. This is no way to win. We're not that type of guy. And he did it to us. Oh man, he's rigging the tournament. Uh-oh. Before the duel contest has even begun, someone's been caught in the act of sabotage. Anthemus was tampering with Chieftain Arwis's armor, weakening the leather points to secure the components in the hope that they would wear mid-bout. Understandably, the Petty King was disqualified. All right, so he's being fair about it, at least. That's good. So does that mean we just automatically qualify? Because he was our opponent. No, we should automatically win it, right? I guess not. Oh well. A screeching chorus of metal on metal rings out as two blades scrape down each other. It's like sparks glittering as they fall to the ground. I look for advantages, thinking back to when the duel is still so close. As victor could still be either of us. We advanced upon each other once more. We were both battered, both tired, but there can only be one winner. I must remember my training. All right, folks, come on. Come on. I think we won it. The dual quarterfinals are over. The herald booms. Bostonatus of the Donis' wardens. Duke Natanleod of Britannia Prime. Chieftain Arwis of Aberacum. And Chieftain Mark Wald of Oversticht have reached the semifinals. Wait, is there any Saxons left? There is. Mark Wald, the evil of Ulstricht, is the Saxon. Arthwis is the native Britannian, a Druidic faith. Donatus is a Chalcedonian, and we are the Pelagians. We're in the last four, folks. I can do this. Oh fuck, we have to fight Donatus. That's gonna be hard. This is a character I made, by the way, folks, for fun, because I was bored. He's strong. He's very strong. Oh no. Thunk. My body thuds into the wooden wall at the edge of the arena. Donatus having bodily hurled me there with a snarl. No sooner had he done so than Donatus' face morphs into a smug smile, and to my astonishment, he turns away from me completely overconfident. Raising his arms to the baying crowd, he curls his arms up and flexes in the imitation of a traveling strongman. The cheers from the crowd redouble. Those fickle peasants are eating it up. I'll teach him to show his back to me. A screeching chorus of metal on metal rings out once more. The duel is still so close. It could be either one of us. Fortuna, grant us your aid, and may God watch down on us in this moment. Damn it. Nope. Almost. We got real close there, folks. Closer than we had any business doing. A sonorous blow rings out as my weapon glances off a helmet, my opponent staggering backwards at a dazed. I follow up quickly. A swiped feint left, a hammering blow right. I advance as my adversary backpedals desperately, my sword barely being deflected by the barest of margins. Donatus changes tack suddenly, and I sense the end is near. I can barely keep my defense up against his precise blows, my energy draining fast. I raise my arm to yield, rather than prolong the inevitable. The judge is called in. I have lost. He literally knocked us the fuck out, damn. All right, it comes down to Macweld and Talwis, Chieftain Arwis. I'll know that the Saxons win it. All right, the final battle. Boss Donatus, who is a Chalcedonian Christian, I should note, folks, and Chieftain Macweld of Ulfstrich, which is a Saxon. So we've got a Gaelic Chalcedonian versus a Saxon. My God, it's really gonna come down to it, isn't it? I don't like this man after he beat the fuck out of us. He's an asshole, but he is at least a good Gaelic Christian. Who wins it? Fuck. The Saxons won it. The bout between Chieftain Macweld and Boss Donatus has been decided. It was closely fought, but in the end, Macweld has declared the clear winner by resounding judgment. A fine contest. Oh, fuck. So their play paid off. He's a fucking slave trader. Jesus. The Saxons did win it. Their gamble paid off. I mean, the native Britannians put up a good fight, but in the end, the Saxons won it. That's gonna have a lot of consequences here. Damn. Well, fuck. Uh-oh. Alrighty, well, we're gonna transfer it to Macweld. I'll do an edit. I'll give him Londinium. The sun comes down on the final day of the tournament, and the massed crowds begin to disperse. I feel myself ruminating over the results. His superiority with a blade had them take home the prize of the duel. I was unable to win. I think we're going to be forever thinking about what if we'd waited for Gobanus and he'd shown up. Gobanus might have won this. Damn. Alrighty. I think this is also where we end for the day, folks. I'll do the edit, and then we're gonna, I think, go ahead and end for the day. I'm gonna briefly talk about what the repercussions of what just happened, and then we'll end there. God, it's a very big moment. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Don't break, please. It'd be very unfortunate if this breaks. Our wife is with child again? Wonderful. Well, I mean, on the upside, folks, we impressed our wife by sparring and got her pregnant again. So, I mean, there is like a silver lining here, I guess. We just don't see our wife that often either. She's always in Castra Sturris. All right. Macweld was his name, right? Yeah, Macwell the Evil. What are his current holdings? Oh, he's Frisian? No, he is Saxon. He's in the modern-day Netherlands. I'll do the save edit this week. There's a bunch of our save edits I need to do too. So I'm just gonna briefly kind of talk about this. So we're gonna run with this for the story. So basically, like I said, to kind of try and justify his own reign, or at least that of his people, I think he's kind of, Vigibert may not be a good diplomat, but he's very good at intrigue and he's very cunning. So he's basically, in his mind, gonna sacrifice Londinium to become like the unofficial leader of like the Saxon kind of like armies if they have to come together to fight what is kind of building up on our own side of things. I think a lot of leaders are knowing that there's gonna be a really big war coming very soon, because I'm sure by now, obviously, rumor of the Grand Alliance is like growing and traveling. We wouldn't be able to hide it. So I'm sure a lot of the Saxons and Frisians and all those know that there is kind of, they have to come together, which they did in actual history as well. And the Britannians, the native Britannians, are coming together as well. So what this did is two things for them. A, and Vigibert, hopefully, he's gonna have a better shot at kind of being their war leader and kind of leading things, which he wants for political purposes in the long game, kind of sacrificing Londinium and potentially gaining much more in the future, right? The other thing it will do for him and his people is, like I said before this, it will massively legitimize them. Not only did the native Britons lose Londinium, but they were given the opportunity to win it fair and square back, and they fucking lost to the Saxons, who proved themselves to be, you know, kind of better warriors, right? So that will go a long way in cowing many leaders, preventing, you know, a lot of people wanting to join and help in this alliance and any other in the future, right? And it'll make the local people more docile. So a cultural and a military kind of victory here, ladies and gentlemen. So when we come back, we already have the beginnings of a pretty strong grand alliance with Riothamus, even after the fall of Londinium. We have several more lords I'm sure we need to seek out and try and get on our side. And the way I'm going to do this kind of for a moment out of roleplay is, once we kind of have everyone who is going to kind of be in this thing, the next time a giant Saxon band happens or a Saxon group declares war, I'm just going to save edit it, and we're going to basically have like a big clash. So it'll be all the people that we've gotten into the alliance, and then it will be all the people it would make sense for the Saxons and the Jutes and all those guys to have. So it'd be obviously all these different groups, and then potentially I might give them an ally back home as well. We are almost certainly going to be outnumbered and be in a bad position, but it will be an interesting war, and that will kind of basically dictate the cultural and religious future of Britannia in the near future, folks. So next session, when we come back next Sunday, we're almost certainly going to be having that war happening, and we're going to see if we can have Londinium and the other lands return to the native Britons, and if we will survive with this alliance Riothamus has planned, or if in the end it will all be for naught. An interesting session, a lot of highs, a lot of lows. I hope you all enjoyed. We will return next Sunday at 2 p.m. EST. I hope you all have a good week, and I'll catch you all very soon.